Hello there, I'm Nigel Emil, and welcome to a video that shows you how to save most, not all of them, but most of the NPCs in Elden Ring, in which the game completely hates its NPCs. This video is a guide to more or less have most of the NPCs survive the harsh writing, quest design, and storytelling of Elden Ring's hatred for its own NPCs. Gee, I wonder who influenced this death spree of its characters. While also squeezing every possible dialogue option they give in the game. To be clear, this video is not a guide to help complete these NPC quests. It is a guide to know when to stop progressing through their quests so that they stay alive and survive the harsh treatment of these characters, meaning death, or being cursed, or murdered, or mauled to death, or driven insane, etc., etc. Sometimes I do elaborate on some of these NPCs' quest lines in how to complete them in order to make them survive, so you could say this video is half how to do these NPC quests. But I am not going to go into full detail. If you want a complete walkthrough, either watch my Elden Ring gameplay series, a bit of a shameful plug there, but I am not sorry, or search on Google for Fextra Life Elden Ring NPC quests, and you'll have the whole shebang there. It is probably obvious to say this, but this video contains major spoilers everywhere. And I mean everywhere. So, if you don't want to be spoiled, then goodbye. Sayonara. But if you plan to stick with me through this entire video, then I am going to make some things clear before we start. So, I recommend doing this saving the NPCs playthrough for your New Game Plus and above. Because many, and I mean many, of these NPCs give you items, spells, incantations, weapons, armor, even new areas to explore when completing their quests. The problem is, once you do complete their quest, bad things happen to them 95% of the time. But don't worry, if you want to change your mind, you can still complete their quest at some later point. Like, I don't know, before facing the final boss, or after you defeat the final boss. This guide is about merely trying to keep them alive and keep the world a bit more occupied with something other than enemies in every corner. And clear up your conscience that you actually saved these characters and didn't ruin their lives like the game wants you to do. Now, if you see things out of place in this game, it's because I am using mods. The most noticeable one is, why do I have a Greatsword of Artorias on my character? Why, and why does the Raging Wolf armor look a bit different without the pauldrons? It's because I am using mods. Just look how cool the freaking Greatsword of Artorias looks on my character. It's so cool, man. So, obviously, to make my game even more awesome, I install mods on my games after I beat them. Since I put the Greatsword of Artorias model on top of the real weapon of the Dark Moon Greatsword, I can do this and empower the sword with awesomeness and coolness. Some of part of the hilt of the great sword juts out so it looks cooler, but the only problem I have with this is, well, the Greatsword of Artorias model is a bit longer than the Darkmoon Greatsword, and therefore the tip juts out. But other than that, I love playing like this because it's my own personalized experience. This is the great thing about playing with PC. Also, if you are curious about what mods I am using, I will also put them at the description so you can check it out for yourselves. But, warning, 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 peligro! If you plan to use these mods on the PC, it is important, very, very important, that you do not use them while online. Do not even try. You will get banned. The servers will pick up that you have different files on your system, and it will ban your save. So, it is really important that you go through the usual steps of installing mods on the PC. That means going through the system settings on Elden Ring, change the launch option from online to offline, then disable your game's anti-cheat with a mod from Nexus Mods, then get the UXM program to unpack files and then patch the exe. It's a lengthy process, so if you're curious about how you can mod your Elden Ring game, just search it on Google. You will get answers. You will get answers. But again, I cannot stress this enough. Do not use these mods online. I already warned you, so if you get banned, it is not my fault. It is your fault for not heeding my warnings. Alright. 2 more things before we start. 1. It is very important if you want all of the content, do not leave Limgrave without talking to Melina's first Grace appearance, Renna, aka Ranni, at nightfall after meeting Melina, and the Hunter of Dead's first appearance. You won't mess up their quest, but if you leave Limgrave prematurely, you'll miss some dialogues from them. And 2, some NPCs will always die or disappear forever, no matter what you do, by simply progressing through the main quest. These triggers include the burning of the Earth Tree by activating the Forge of the Giants, and activating Destined Death after defeating Maliketh. These characters are Melina, either by sacrificing herself or by being branded by the 3 fingers, in which case she will instead disappear and give you and Torrent a heart-wrenching goodbye. Finger Reader Enya dies after Destined Death is released. D. Hunter of the Dead dies after activating the Forge of the Giants. Goldmask dies after Destined Death is released. Gorank dies after, well, killing him as Maliketh. Yura dies after traveling to the mountaintops of giants. And Gideonoff near the all-knowing by... well, he's in your way towards completing the game, so yeah, he dies. There will be certain characters that can survive, but others can't. In which case, I will mention them in their own chapters. So, if you want to know about the specific characters, then I will post a bunch of timestamps in the video for easier traversal. Note that sometimes some characters' quests will be intertwined with each other, meaning another NPC is needed to advance another's NPC quest. I will also mention these in the video. Alright, let's get started. Enjoy the very time-consuming project that I've been working on.
Don't worry, Torrent. Fortune is on her side.
Ah, Melina. The most illustrious character if I've ever saw one. Melina, for the most part of the game, is, well, never there. But this is a video that, apart from keeping these NPCs alive, I am also going to squeeze every single content that I can get on these characters while also keeping them alive. So, even though, like I disclosed before, Melina will either die or disappear, it's good to have as much content as you can before your final goodbyes. So, the first meeting with Melina, I recommend that you go to close to the Stormgate Site of Grace. After you activated the Site of Grace, rest upon it, and you will have a cutscene with Melina.
Greetings, traveler from beyond the fog. I am Melina. I offer you an accord.
After the cutscene, she will speak to you about some lore and about what is her mission and what is her accord. You must accept this for very obvious reasons. One, you get Torrent if you haven't gotten it already, and two, you get the ability to strengthen yourself with runes. The reason why I say you have to accept this is because you cannot finish the game without meeting Melina first. There will be a roadblock right here at Leyendell, and a little bit further on if you choose to teleport it via NPC's quest. So plain and simple, you cannot finish the game without talking to Melina first. Period. After you have accepted her accord, immediately, what I would recommend is go back to the Church of Elle, where Merchant Kalé is, to meet Renna. Immediately, because Renna activates after your first encounter with Melina, and when the cutscene plays with Melina, it's already night. So those are the two categories that you need to do. Do not leave Limgrave without doing this step. If you leave Limgrave, Renna will not be there.
This way, Tarnished. May I have a word?
As I've mentioned before, I will squeeze every single bit of content from these characters, so Melina actually appears in many places in the Lands Between, but they are hidden. They're not very obvious immediately to the player. First encounter would be at the first step, where you first start the game and where White Mask of Varré is. Sit down the Site of Grace and talk to her.
This tiny golden aura is the grace of the Erd Tree.
After talking to her at the first step, you can go to Agil Lake North to get another dialogue from her. The next place she'll show up is on 3rd Church of Marika, still in Limgrave. The next place she'll show up in Limgrave is one of two ways. Either you get killed by fighting Margit and get teleported to Castle Ward Tunnel once again, and therefore Melina will show up as an option to teleport you to the Round Table Hold, or you defeat Margit, activate Margit's Side of Grace, and talk to Melina there. Either way, you will be teleported to the Round Table Hold. Her next appearance will be at the Church of Pilgrimage, down south in the Weeping Peninsula. Her next appearance would be in Grand Lift of Dectus, all the way up in Liurnia. The next appearance will be in 3 different sites of graces after you first visited the Altus Plateau. These sites are either the Abandoned Coffin, right after you fight Dragon Maekar, I believe the name was, through the secret entrance through Altus Plateau, at the Earth Tree Gazing Hill, right next to Lux Ruins, or a site of grace that I didn't reveal in this video, but it's right over here, if you are wondering, right next to the Grand Lift of Dectus when you rise towards the elevator. Melina will be there with a dialogue in any of those 3 sites of graces. Her next appearance will be in Outer Wall Battleground. It is worth noting that some steps on Boc's quest, Melina does appear in 2 instances. So if you want more dialogue, follow Boc's questline, and I will explain when Melina will appear. Her next appearance should be in Minor Erdtree Church, to the east of Altus Plateau. Unfortunately, her next appearance will be after entering Leyendell. Once you sit on a site of grace in any of those areas, the first thing that'll happen is Melina first appearing to tell you that the accord has been fulfilled, and therefore leaving you until a later time. She will return, but for now, she will not appear until you have defeated Margit. She does, however, appear as an NPC summon, close to the Queen's bedchamber, right before Morgoth's fog wall. Right before Morgoth's fog wall, Melina's NPC summon sign will appear right along with the Dung Eater's NPC summon sign to the left. If you want to know how you could have Dung Eater in this fight after releasing him, but before you get invaded close to a lake at Altus Plateau, you can have him fight with you and Melina at the same time. If you want to learn the specifics of it, jump into the Dung Eater's timestamp in the video. After fighting Morgoth And after being rejected by the impenetrable thorns, you will see a side of grace appear where you fought Morgoth. And you will get Melina back. She will give you the Road Medallion, and she will once again travel with you to the mountaintops of giants.
Hello again, old friend.
A bonus dialogue will appear after talking to Anya, the finger reader, back at Round Table Hold. Once the fingers are in a weird up position, and talk to Anya about special kindling to light the flames of the mountaintops of giants, go to almost any side of grace that you can find, and there will be a new dialogue option for Melina there.
Think not of the kindling. I shall see to that.
A new dialogue option will appear when you go to the Cathedral of the Forsaken, or Subterranean Shunning Grounds. She will warn you about not meddling with the Three Fingers and the Frenzied Flame.
If you intend to claim the frenzied flame, I ask that you cease.
Continuing on the path of the Frenzied Flame will in fact make her your enemy, and she will disappear forever. Jeez, I would have loved this dialogue option if it wasn't so, well, not in the way. Would have loved this dialogue option at my first playthrough, so I wouldn't be mad or rushing through the game because I got literally with the outcome of Melina's quest through here. The point of no return for Melina, and the part I mentioned that she will become your enemy and disappear forever if you continue, is Frenzied Flame Proscription. Sit on the side of grace near the Three Fingers door, and a new dialogue option with Melina will appear again, warning you about the dangers of the Frenzied Flame, the Three Fingers, and also warning you that she will become your enemy if you continue through this path.
I ask you one more time, please, seek not the frenzied flame.
Her next appearance will be at Zamor Ruins, right next to Shabriri. After talking to Shabriri and exhausting his dialogue, sit on the side of grace, and there will be a new dialogue option from Melina. Her next and final appearance on a Church of Marika will be at the first Church of Marika, right at the mountaintops of giants. Her final appearance in the whole game will be at the Forge of Giants, right before you activate the flame. There are two ways that this can happen. The first way, which is my preferred way, that I'll explain later, is without being branded by the Frenzied Flame. Summon Melina for her to become a sacrifice to the flame.
O Erd Tree, you shall burn. Thank you for guiding me here.
The second method is accepting the Frenzied Flame. By doing this, you will carry the Frenzied Flame of the Three Fingers and will be locked to one ending until you get Miquella's Golden Needle much, much later in the game. After accepting the Frenzied Flame, rest at a site of grace, and Melina will appear to claim that she will be your enemy. Say goodbye to you, her comrade, and say goodbye to Torrent. In this heart-wrenching goodbye, she will disappear forever. But one can hope that she will always stay alive and not be sacrificed at the flame of giants.
Goodbye, my companion. Goodbye, Torrent.
As a video that strives to keep these NPCs alive, I think that this ending is good, even though you say goodbye to Melina in a heart-wrenching and sad way. By the way, this was the time where I had enough of Elden Ring because they fucked me up on this this path of Melina's quest line without me even knowing of the consequences, because I did not rest at the site of graces and listen to her warnings before when I first played this. So, while getting the Frenzied Flame, Melina will survive, but why do I think the first option is better in my opinion? One is I don't have to sit through the very heart-wrenching goodbye that she gives both me and Torrent. She also strives and wishes to be the sacrifice to do this. When, after talking to Shabriri, she does mention this, that this is not about destiny. This is what she actually wants to do. So interpret those two endings as you see fit. The first option is let her be sacrificed and fulfill her wishes. Or the second option is go against her, be her enemy, say your goodbyes to Melina while keeping her alive, but also make her disappear from the game. But at the end, she will live in some form, somewhere in the universe. You can do both of these options. You pick and choose which one you want. But my preferred ending is the first one, where Melina unfortunately needs to sacrifice herself. Obviously, both options are bullshit. If it was up to me, I would add a third ending. That third ending will be, once you accept the Frenzied Flame, you talk to Melina, but convince her that you will not put the world into ruins, that you will not succumb to the frenzied flame of the Three Fingers. That, in return, will save Melina and activate the Flame of the Giants. All the while promising Melina that you will get rid of the frenzied flame with the Miquella golden needle that you get from Millicent much later in the story. Let's say if you do not get rid of the frenzied flame in time before facing, let's say, Hora Loux or Godfrey, Melina will be there as an opposition, as an enemy, and you will face two enemies at the same time by breaking your promise to Melina. That's how I see a good ending for Melina, Torrent, and the Tarnished character. If you keep your promise and activate the Flame of the Giants with the Frenzied Flame, while keeping Melina alive and removing the Frenzied Flame with the Miquella Golden Needle, then you would get a better ending, in my opinion, if it existed. But as of version 1.05, this does not exist. This is just my opinion on what could be the best ending possible. White Mask Varré is probably the easiest NPC you'll ever encounter. He's right outside of the gates when you first complete the tutorial area of the game. In here, exhaust his dialogue. After visiting the Round Table Hold, come back to White Mask Varré, talk to him, and you will have a dialogue option and choose I'll fly straight and true. After defeating Godric, or perhaps after visiting Liurnia for the first time, Varré will disappear and leave a message on the floor that you can read. He tells you to seek the Rose Church, west of the Gate Town, which is located here in Liurnia. After reaching the Rose Church, you will see him standing right at the entrance of that building. When you talk to him, you will get a dialogue option. Choose They Didn't Seem Right. Talk to him again, and you will get Festering Bloody Fingers. At this point, if you want to keep him alive, do not proceed any further on his quest. That means not being an asshole and invading other people's world to destroy their fun and hinder their progress. If you do advance through his quest, he will then invade you much further in this story at the Mogwin Palace, and then you will have to kill him. So, if you don't want him dead, don't be an ass and invade other people's worlds. That's the moral of the story. You will first meet Merchant Kalé at the Church of Ele, right at the beginning of the game. Talk to him, exhaust his dialogue, buy items, and after talking to him, you will need him for another quest. The other part of Kalé's quest is, once you visit Mistwood at Limgrave, to the east of Limgrave, go through the bear-infested woods. Somewhere around the middle, you will find some ruins. When you find some ruins, a howl will appear. Once you hear the howl, go back to Merchant Kalé and ask about the howling in Mistwood. And he will give you a gesture to use for that said howling at the Mistwood ruins. and the character in question that you're about to signal is Blaidd. After you talk to Blaidd, you can go back to Merchant Kalé, and he will have a new dialogue option waiting for you. I mentioned this before, but right after your first meeting with Melina, I recommend going back to the Church of Elle, where Merchant Kalé is, to encounter Renna.
This way, Tarnished. May I have a word?
When you encounter her, she will give you the Spirit Color Bell and the Spirit a Lone Wolf Spirit Ashes.
As I had hoped, I was entrusted this for thee, by Torrent's former master. 'Tis a bell for calling forth spirits.
Meeting her here will unlock a different version of dialogue when you meet her next.
How long will it be, I wonder, before the Tarnished tire of obeisance to the two fingers?
It is important that before meeting Ranni the second time at Liurnia, you complete Sorcerer Rogier's quest until the point of getting the Black Knife print. Sorcerer Rogier's quest is also tied with Fia's questline. If you want to know the specifics of it, search for the chapter, the timestamp of Sorcerer Rogier or Fia Deathbed Companion. You will know when you are ready to meet Ranni once Rogier talks to you about her, when you give him the knife print. If you go here without learning that Ranni is behind the Knight of the Black Knives, by going through Sorcerer Rogier's and Fia's questline, you will not be able to complete Fia's questline later on. When meeting with her, choose the option "You must be Ranni the Witch, behind the Knight of the Black Knives."
I see. Quite the sleuth, aren't we?
She will give you some dialogue, and when you ask her again, where did the body go after talking to her, she will deny talking to you about the past. After this, you need to go back to Sorcerer Rogier at the Round Table Hold. Talk to Rogier about Ranni cast off her curse mark, and he will give you more dialogue about an idea to enter into Ranni's service to learn of the whereabouts of what they want. After talking about Rogier's proposition, go back to Ranni and choose "I wish to serve you."
Oh, is that so? Thou wouldst render me aid. Is that thy proposal? Affording thyself opportunity to grope about for the curse mark's location, no doubt.
After entering into her service, you go down the elevator to the lower parts of that building, and you will encounter a spectral version of War Counselor Iji.
So you were the one. Lady Ranni has explained everything. Again, I am Iji.
Blaidd.
Long time, friend. Blaidd. Have you forgotten?
And Seluvis.
I see. You must be Ranni's new hireling.
Note that for Blaidd to be there, you must proceed through his first steps of his quest. That means meeting him in Limgrave, Mistwood first, battling with him against Dariel at the Everjail, again at Limgrave. And after you've done both of those things, go here to make him appear. Go back up the elevator to Ranni was to exhaust her dialogue once more. And this is where you stop advancing her quest. Specifically, when you go to Night Sacred Ground, when you go to Nokron, do not pick up the treasure of Nokron. Don't even touch it at all. Doing so will make everything go downhill. Ranni will disappear, Blaidd will go mad, Iji will die, all of those things. All of the things that I'm trying to prevent in this video. So, at this point, Ranni's quest to keep her alive and Iji and Blaidd alive, do not even touch Nokron's sacred treasure. Now, if you change your mind later on to unlock an area at Limgrave that you cannot go without it, and to get another Moonlight Greatsword, then by all means, you can get the treasure of Nokron, bring it to Ranni, and continue through her questline. But note, when you get the treasure of Nokron, everything around Ranni starts to die. Bernahl. You will first meet Bernahl at War Master's shack at Limgrave.
Not seen you before. Name's Bernahl. Tarnished, just like you.
He will give you a dialogue option. Choose My Faith Holds Firm. And from here on, you can buy Ashes of War from him. His second appearance will be tied through a quest through the character of Raya. If you want to see the specifics of this character and how this character connects, once advancing through Raya's questline, she will appear at Lux Ruins at Altus Plateau. Once you meet her, take Ria's hand to be teleported to the Volcano Manor. When you get teleported to the Volcano Manor, you will see an NPC right in front of you called Tanith, the Volcano Manor's proprietress. Talk to her and choose a dialogue option, Join Volcano Manor. Once you do, she will give you the drawing room key. One of the rooms opens to Bernahl. Because you met him before once, he will give you a different dialogue option this time.
You. What in heaven's name are you doing here?
He will also give you a dialogue option again, and you choose I understand. From here on, his quest line is tied to the assassinations that you need to do for the Volcano Manor. Once you do the first request from the Volcano Manor, talk to him again, and you will have a new dialogue option. After doing the second request from the Volcano Manor, talk to him again, and he will give you Letter to Bernahl, a new assassination quest, which will be marked on your map, and it will be at the capital of Leyendell. For reference, when you get to the fortified manor, first floor at the capital of Leyendell, go through this area. And on the main hall, you shall see a red summoning sign to invade two NPCs' worlds, and therefore advancing Bernahl's quests. Once you complete this request by Bernahl, go back to him at the Volcano Manor and talk to him.
Ah, I had hoped you'd soon return. I have the reward from Lady Tanith. Take it. It's yours, by right.
Bernahl will also be available as an NPC summon sign a lot later in the story, at Crumbling Farum Azula. Before facing the Godskin duo, you can make his summon sign appear in one of two ways. The first one is through all the knights guarding through the usual route, heading towards the Godskin duo. Recusant Bernahl's NPC summoning sign shall be there right before the boss area. Or, the other way that I prefer is, once you go to the Dragon Temple, instead of going forwards into the usual route, you will see an area below. Jump down it and proceed with caution. Once you reach the end of the line from that passway, you shall see this area. And in this area there will be a new set of grace called Dragon Temple Transept. Go to the left of it, and you shall see the same Godskin duo area, but at the opposite side. If Bernahl's summoning sign does not appear immediately, quit the game and re-enter into the game, and you shall see Recusant Bernahl's summoning sign right here, which is preferable for me, because if I mess up and die on the Godskin duo, I will have a site of grace right immediately next to it, and the summoning sign for Recusant Bernahl, and not face the banished knights again and again. It is important for Bernahl that you do not kill Praetor Rykard under any circumstances if you want him alive. D. Hunter of the Dead. This is one of the characters that I said it was important not to leave Limgrave before meeting them in their first area that they appear. Again, if you leave Limgrave, you will have a different dialogue option. He will first appear at Limgrave at the northeastern part of it, close to Summonwater Village. But do not go to the Summonwater Village and face the boss there first. Before facing that boss, talk to D, Hunter of the Dead, first.
A tarnished, are you? I'm known as D. I hunt down those who live in death and weed their death root.
After you have spoken to him, he will tell you of the dangers at Summonwater Village, with a boss that you can defeat there. Defeat the boss after you've talked to him here. After defeating the Mariner, you will get a death root. This is the item you will need to advance his quest. After defeating the Mariner, D will appear somewhere near the edge of Summonwater Village, right next to a big death root. Talk to him and you will have a dialogue option. Choose Accept Introduction. A new teleporter will appear on your map, but just to be safe, do not go through that sending gate until you've talked to Melina and until you've talked to Renna at the Church of Elle. The next time you will meet the Hunter of the Dead will be at the Round Table Hold. If you have not gone through the sending portal yet, he will not open his merchant shop to you just yet. After you've talked to Melina and after you've talked to Renna, you are safe to go through the sending gate and into Kalé to meet Gorank. For reference, this is how you reach the sending gate. From the third church of Marika, follow where I go. Once you're through the sending gate, you'll reach Greyol's Dragon Barrow, full of high-level enemies that you probably will have a hard time facing, even on your New Game Plus 7. You will reach the Bestial Sanctum, where you shall meet Gorank. Talk to him, and then hand him over at least one death root to advance D's quest.
I smell it. Death. Feed it me. Tarnished, bring more deaths. I shall grant thee eye and claw. Feed me more.
Once you've given Gorank its first death root, talk to D once more, and he will open his shop to you.
You've met Gorank, I take it.
You can talk to him about himself too. When you meet Rogier, and when Rogier appears at the Round Table Hold, you can get a new dialogue option asking about Rogier. You can summon D on an open world boss, the Mariner, in Liurnia of the Lakes. Before facing the boss, near the statue of Marika, where the map that I showed you is, here is his summon sign right before the boss. As I've said before at the beginning of this video, D, Hunter of the Dead, will die no matter what you do. So, might as well continue his quest until the very end. Once you get the Weathered Dagger from Fia, Deathbed Companion, through advancing her quest, give the Weathered Dagger to D, Hunter of the Dead. Once you give him the dagger, rest at the Round Table Hold site of grace, and go through the right wing of the Round Table Hold. You will notice that Fia is gone from her bed chambers. But when you go out of her bed chambers, you will soon see a new door has opened. In that room, you will find Fia, the Deathbed Companion, looming over a dead D on the floor.
Finally, it is returned to its rightful place. The stolen Hallowbrand of the exalted noble. And now, I must bid you goodbye as well.
Once you listen to Fia's dialogue, she will disappear. From here you can get his armor and bell bearing. Like I said before, D will die no matter what you do. So might as well get all the content you can, and this means Fia's dialogue. Iron Fist Alexander. This is very important. Before going to the Gael Tunnel in Kalé, you must meet Iron Fist Alexander at his first appearance here at Limgrave. If you go to Gael Tunnel first, you will get bugged later on in Alexander's questline, and he will forever stay at Radahn's site of grace, unable to summon him at the Fire Giant, or unable to meet him at Liurnia or the Volcano Manor. You will first meet Alexander stuck on the ground.
Hello? Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck. Hello? Hello? Anyone?
He will ask you to hit him on his behind. Strike him with 2 heavy hits and he'll pop right out of the ground.
Ouch! Well played, good lady. Well played.
Talk to him once more and exhaust his dialogue. After you've met him here at his first appearance, you can go now to the Gael's rear entrance, not the front entrance in Kalé as it appears on the map. To go to Gael's rear entrance to get some additional dialogue from Alexander, you go through the rear entrance through Limgrave, right here on the map. Once you proceed through the rear entrance, you shall meet Alexander there, stuck at the cave.
Ah, I hadn't expected to see your face again. Are you heading to the Festival of Combat too? Oh, no need to be coy with me.
If you want, you can now go to the Gael Tunnel's main entrance, and you get there by traversing through Kalé. Once you have reached the boss area, instead of going to the big doors of the boss area, go to the left, and you shall see a small door. Open up that door, meet Alexander at the other side, and he will give you some funny dialogue.
Oh, good lady. Where did you spring from? This was supposed to be a dead end, I'm sure of it.
His next appearance should be at the impassable gate bridge, right through a portal. But before Alexander even shows up to this part, it is important that you proceed through Ranni's questline until Blaidd says that he will be waiting for you at Radahn's festival. If you want more details on where this is, go to Blaidd's section of the video so I can explain better over there. But this all depends on Blaidd's questline. To make him appear next, go to the impassable gate bridge, stare at the bridge, and you shall see that the portal has been activated. Go through it, and you shall reach Redmane Castle, but this version of the castle is empty and devoid of enemies, except for 2 lion guardians here and there. Keep going through the Redmane Castle until you've reached the Site of Grace. Proceed normally, but this time, this will be the Radahn Festival version of the Redmane Castle. And here you shall see Blaidd, 4 other NPCs, the Witch Hunter Jaren, and Alexander himself. Once Jaren gives his motivational speech, you can talk to Alexander.
Ah, you came. How delightful. Indeed, I thought I might find you here.
After having Alexander at Redmane Castle, you can summon him at the Radahn fight. Once you have defeated Radahn, a cutscene will play, telling you that you have unlocked the stars, making a huge meteor fall to Limgrave. After the cutscene is done, you shall see Alexander close to Star Scourge, Radahn's Site of Grace. Exhaust his dialogue here. Again, if you went to the Gael tunnel first and did not meet him at his first appearance on the stuck to the ground, you will have him here forever bugged. It happened in my game, but I am not so sure on the details and why. To avoid that bug, meet him at his first appearance when he's stuck in the ground at Limgrave, and then go to Gael Tunnel, and then talk to him at Redmane Castle, and then talk to him here. This is important to be sure before going to the Volcano Manor or before going to Altus Plateau. His next appearance will be at Liurnia of the Lakes, right here on the map. This is important to note that if you go to the Volcano Manor or Altus Plateau first, he will not be here.
Hello? Can you hear me? Help me! I'm stuck! Hello? Hello? Anyone?
When you go to the location on the map, you shall hear a familiar voice. And also a familiar scenario. He will be stuck on the ground again. But this time, even if you hit him in the back, he will not pop out from the ground.
Ouch! My lower half is stuck on something down there.
To fix this problem, you need to craft an oil pot and throw it at him.
By gods, you are a woman of vision. This will have me as slippery as a toad.
When you do, he will talk to you, and then, and only then, you can hit him on the behind, so he can pop out right quick.
My thanks to you and your razor-sharp wits.
Once you help him, he will give you some exalted flesh for your troubles. Now, you are free to go to the Volcano Manor as you please. When you go to the Volcano Manor, exit through the entrance of it. Once you do, you will be greeted by some enemies, but to the left of the entrance, there shall be a message on top of some rocks. When you read the message, it will be Alexander, telling you of his next appearance. The next appearance of Alexander will be in the river of magma, right near a dragon boss fight. He will moan from a distance and get your attention really quick. You cannot miss him.
Oh, mountain of fire! Bake me in your flames!
You can stand on the rock to avoid any fire damage from the lava, and he will gift you with a jar headpiece. Much later in the game, when you go to the mountaintop of giants, right next to the foot of the forge, before going into the fire giant boss battle, you shall see his NPC summoning sign right on the entrance of the fire giant's arena. Note that if you summon Iron Fist Alexander in this fight, you will not be able to use Torrent at all when fighting the fire giant. The last appearance of Iron Fist Alexander will be at the Dragon Temple lift. He's a bit hard to get to this time, so I will show you where to find him. After proceeding through crumbling Farum Azula, you shall see an imp statue with a sealed wall. Go through that wall and proceed and follow my steps. Once you reach this floating area, you shall see Iron Fist Alexander, and you can talk to him once. When you talk to him once, he'll tell you that he wants to challenge you in a fight to the death. You refuse this, of course, if you want him alive. This is where you should stop in order for him to survive Elden Ring. If you talk to him again, just refuse the challenge option. He will stay here at crumbling Farum Azula forever and ever, looking at the beautiful scenery of the flying dragons all around him. Roderika. You shall first meet Roderika at Stormhill Shack. Now there are two ways you can approach this NPC quest. First, only talk to her once and once only until you get the chrysalid memento from the Stormveil Castle. The second option would be to keep talking to her until she gives you the information that her comrades might be at Stormveil Castle in a chrysalid form. The first option that I am talking about is in here at Stormveil Castle, near the Rampart Tower where you fight the many-armed monstrosity. Go to the right of this room and you shall see an open area with a lot of bodies in it. In the middle of it, there will be a chrysalid memento. If and only if you talk to Roderika just once and only once, you can give her this chrysalid memento to her back at Stormhill Shack. But do not worry if she gives you the spirit jellyfish ashes when you keep talking to her. She will disappear from Stormvale Shack and you will lose the option to give her the chrysalid memento later on. After this, you shall always have the chrysalid memento in your inventory with no way to give her that item later on. That's why I say that it's preferred you only talk to her once, and after you get the chrysalid memento, talk to her again and exhaust her dialogue and then give her the chrysalid memento so you can get more dialogue options out of her. After you have given her the chrysalid memento, you shall see her next at the round table hold. She will talk to you about finding her own purpose, and if you gave her the chrysalid memento before, she will give you the golden seed personally when you go talk to her at the round table hold, instead of the golden seed being at this Stormhill Shack.
Oh, and please allow me to express my thanks for giving me that keepsake from my men. It was as if I was frozen with self-pity. I failed them at every turn. You have my gratitude. Please, take this.
From here on, Roderika's and Hewg's quest are intertwined with each other for some time. After you have talked to her once, you need to go to Smithing Master Hewg to talk to her about the girl. Once you have talked to her about the girl, go back to Roderika and you will have a dialogue option. Choose. Tell her what the blacksmith said.
You're telling me I possess some kind of gift? I don't believe you. But if I do have this talent, and goodness knows it would be my first, I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hewg to teach me.
After you have talked to her, go back to Smithing Master Hewg and talk about Roderika. You will have a new dialogue option and choose would you watch over Roderika. After that, you will get a new dialogue option and choose it's what she wants. After this, go rest at the site of grace at the round table hold. Go back to where Smithing Master Hewg was and you will see Roderika sitting at the opposite side of where Master Hewg is.
Good to see you again. Thank you very much. I have you to thank, don't I? For persuading Master Hewg. I can happily announce that he has taught me the noble toil of spirit tuning. I'm as yet unsure of what I might be able to accomplish, but if I might be able to help you all, I'd certainly like to try.
Exhaust her dialogue, and when you're finished talking to her, you can go back to Smithing Master Hewg for new dialogue. At this point, you will get a new dialogue from Roderika if you upgrade a Spirit Ash from level 1 to level 4, as I'm about to show you right here with the Spirit Jellyfish Ashes that she gives me.
I feel like I'm really coming to grips with spirit tuning of late. I can see how and why immortal essence exists, a spirit under the Golden Order. I can understand their yearnings, what they become drawn to. Master Hewg said it himself, actually, that I'm no mere apprentice any longer. Once again, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Roderika, the Certified Spirit Tuner.
Her next dialogue option will be much later on. Once you first visit the Altus Plateau, go and talk to her, and you shall have a dialogue option named There's Something You Should Know. She will warn you about a dark spirit at the opposite side of where she is. She, of course, is referring to the Dung Eater.
And I can hear, from all the way over there, The howling and wailing of spirits in fear of a curse.
Her next dialogue option will be when you have freed the Dung Eater from his sewer jail at the capital of Leyndell at the Forsaken Depths. She will have a new dialogue option named About the Spirits' Voices.
I can't hear them anymore. The voices of the spirits cowering from the curse. I suppose the Dung Eater must have left the round table.
Once you have defeated the Dung Eater, when he invades your world, he will reappear at the round table hold once again. When he appears, Roderika will have a new dialogue option named Please Take Care. Once you have talked to the Dung Eater and accepted to defile his body with the seedbed curse, he will be tied up at the sewer jail where you first found him. Once he is tied at this location at the underground roadside, go back to Roderika and she shall have a new dialogue option named About the Spirits' Voices. Her next dialogue option is when you activate the Giant's Flame by either sacrificing Melina or by burning yourself with the Three Fingers curse. She will be back at the fireplace.
Take a look around. The round table hold is burned, razed to the ground. Don't worry, I don't blame you.
Exhaust her dialogue and go to Smithing Master Hewg and talk to him about why are you still making weapons. After talking to him, go back to Roderika and speak to her about Hewg. Now there's a lot of back and forth in this quest, but go back to Smithing Master Hewg again and choose the dialogue option, what happened to her. Now when all hell breaks loose after you have unleashed Destined Death after beating Malekith, the round table will burn like never before. Before speaking to Roderika again, you can go to Master Hewg first and choose the dialogue option about yourself. Smithing Master Hewg has lost his mind completely. Well, that's what From Software has done in this game, right? Completely ruin your NPCs and characters, so this is what happens. Anyways, once you are done speaking to Smithing Master Hewg, go back to Roderika and speak to her with the dialogue option What's Happened to Hewg.
Oh, so it wasn't just me this happened to. To think he'd forget who you were as well. I knew he'd burn himself out, old Hewg.
And keep talking to her, exhausting her dialogue. The final dialogue that she will offer you will be on the lines of Please become Elden Lord and slay the god Marika who cursed us all. This will be the end of Roderika's and Smithing Master Hewg's quest in one go. I will explain more in detail of Hewg's quest later, but this is the point where Roderika's quest ends. No matter if you advance through her quest, she will never die. And even if you don't speak to her at the first meeting at Stormhill Shack, she will also teleport automatically to the round table hold. So you cannot miss this character, or neither can you kill this character by progressing her quest. Although happily ever after is not the word I choose with the fate of Roderika and Hewg. It's actually a very sad tale. Smithing Master Hewg. The first time you will meet Smithing Master Hewg will be at the round table hold.
You're a new face. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms. Let's get smithing.
Go to him and talk to him about the chain on your legs. After that, talk to him about being a prisoner. After defeating your first demigod, which your first demigod is probably going to be Godric, go to Master Hewg, and he will have a new dialogue option for you at the beginning.
Now, look at you. Those eyes tell a story of a challenger who's failed her mark. Fine and well. Now lay out your arms.
But you're not done yet. Rest at the side of grace at the round table hold and come back to him, and you shall find him praying to Marika.
Oh, your divinity, have mercy and grant me forgiveness.
Talk to him once he's praying, and you shall have a dialogue option that talks about the prayer that he just did. Again, Roderika's and Smithing Master Hewg's quests are intertwined with each other from here on, so I'll just repeat what I said before. Once you have activated the Flame of the Giants by either sacrificing Melina or by sacrificing through being branded by the three fingers, go to the round table hold and you shall find it burning. Before going to Master Hewg, talk to Roderika first. After talking to Roderika, go back to Master Hewg and talk to him about why are you still making weapons. When you're finished talking to him, you go back to Roderika and choose the dialogue option about Hewg. Once you're done talking to Roderika, go back to Master Hewg and choose what happened to her as a dialogue option. Again, this is where Roderika's and Smithing Master Hewg's fates become, well, fucked up. After you have released Destined Death and the round table hold is burning like crazy, go talk to Master Hewg. He will be losing his mind. Slowly but surely, he will just be gone and crazy forever.
Who are you? Oh, I must be a blacksmith. Now, let's get smithing.
Losing his memories. Talk to him about himself. After you're done talking to him, go back to Roderika and choose the dialogue option What's Happened to Hewg, and exhaust her dialogue. And this is where the story of Smithing Master Hewg ends. On a sad note, and on a very bad note as well. Again, just like I said in my review for Elden Ring, these NPCs go through hell when you try to help them, and sometimes there is nothing you can do. At some point, you can have Hewg call you Lord before activating the flame at the mountaintops of giants, but I did not get it on video. Perhaps the criteria for getting him to say that special dialogue option is for you to level up one of your weapons to maximum. That means a plus 25 or plus 10 weapon. After that, I believe the dialogue option will unlock, letting Hewg talk to you about becoming his personal lord. Bloody Finger Hunter Yura. As you might have noticed at the beginning of this video, I named Yura as one of the characters that will die no matter what you do. So, might as well just complete his quest because one way or another, he will die. You can find Yura over here at Limgrave. This is your first encounter.
Ah, you must be the new Tarnished.
He will heed you of Aguil Lake and the dragon that has been prowling over there. His next encounter is actually an NPC summon sign close to some rocks on the shore, but in this video, in this playthrough, I couldn't make him appear as an NPC summon sign. The theory is that you need to die against the dragon at least once, and then somewhere around here on this collection of rocks, his summon sign will appear. But for some reason, I couldn't make him appear when I died to the dragon at first. But if you want to try for yourself, this is theoretically how you make him appear for this fight. If you achieve summoning him through this fight, the next time you will meet him, you will have a different version of a dialogue when you talk to him next. But unfortunately for me, I could not do it myself. Once you have defeated the dragon, with or without Yura, you will find him back at the first meeting spot. His next appearance would be on this underpass over here, as marked by the map. You will get invaded by a bloody finger. On this fight, hold out as much as you can, and soon, Bloody Finger Hunter Yura will be summoned to help aid in this fight. After the fight is over, you will be rewarded with a unique dagger. And if there's any pesky dragonflies up and about, you just hit them with whatever you got. After you have been invaded by the Bloody Finger, and assisted by Yura, further up ahead, towards the north of that underpass, continue riding on it, and soon you shall meet Bloody Finger Hunter Yura down an overpass. Yet again.
Ah, we meet again. To have fought Nereus and lived. You must have seen your share of battle.
Much later on in the story, where you reach Liurnia's main academy gate, instead of going through the usual path towards the Academy of Rhea Lucaria, go backwards, and you shall see a collapsed bridge on the way. Close to the broken bridge part where you see a golden seed in the distance, there shall be a summoning sign on the floor. It is an invasion sign that lets you help Bloody Finger Hunter Yura take care of an assassin in another world. Once you have vanquished the Bloody Finger with Yura, you'll be awarded with the Ash of War. Close to where you respawn on that world, to the right, Bloody Finger Hunter Yura will be there. Talk to him to exhaust his dialogue and you will be rewarded with a smithing stone. The next appearance of Bloody Finger Hunter Yura will be all the way up to Altus Plateau at the second church of Marika. You will see him on the ground, bleeding and injured, almost about to die.
Eleonora. It seems I am no match for you, but I've learned a thing or two myself. You see.
And not a lot of time will pass until you are invaded by Bloody Finger Eleonora. When you emerge victorious during the battle, you will get an Eleonora's pole blade, a twin blade that you can now use. And don't forget to grab the Nagakiba from a dead Yura. But why did I include Bloody Finger Hunter Yura in this video if he's always going to die? Well, he transforms into someone else named Shabriri. This character you can actually keep alive through the entire story. He will be at the mountaintops of giants close to the Zamor ruin site of grace.
Finally, we meet the Tarnished, who would be Lord. Oh my. Why the long face? I fear that you were previously acquainted with this vessel. Well, that is most unfortunate, for he is dead.
He will tell you a lot of the lore behind the Three Fingers and the Frenzied Flame, and he will try to persuade you into taking the Frenzied Flame for yourself, just so that you can save Melina from her inevitable fate. If you want to keep this character alive, do not accept the Frenzied Flame under any circumstance. If you do accept the Frenzied Flame, Shabriri will die and leave his complete armor, that means Yura's armor, on the floor, where you first meet Shabriri. Sorceress Sellen. At first, you shall meet Sorceress Sellen at the Waypoint Ruins at Limgrave. Open the door leading to her, and you can talk to her and accept being her apprentice.
Tarnished, are we? No wonder you should turn up here. I am Sellen, a sorcerer, quite plainly.
From here you can purchase some of her sorceries. If you want additional dialogue with her, purchase at least 3 sorceries from her, and there will be a new dialogue option named About Glintstone Sorceries. The next part where you would get new dialogue from Sellen is actually by progressing on other NPC's quest called Preceptor Seluvis much later in the story at Liurnia. Once Preceptor Seluvis gives you a Seluvis introduction key item, he tells you to go to a person named Sorceress Sellen to give her that letter of introduction. Go back to Sorceress Sellen and give her the show her the letter of introduction from Preceptor Seluvis, and she will give you more information about how to proceed the quest for Ranni and Blaidd.
Well, well. Seluvis is not a name I ever wanted to hear again. But fine. If it will help you, my apprentice, I offer my knowledge.
The next step to advance her quest and getting more dialogue from Sorceress Sellen would be close to the Volcano Manor right here at the Primeval Sorcerer Azur Site of Grace. You would meet an NPC laying by a chair and he will give you a sorcery item known as Comet Azur. Once you get that spell, go back to Sorceress Sellen to unlock some new dialogue and advance her quest. Choose the option Show Azur's Sorcery.
What's this sorcery, my apprentice? Ah, then you have seen Master Azure. Master Azure was a founding Glintstone sorcerer, and my first teacher.
And then, after that, choose the dialogue option Tell Me Your Story. When she talks to you about her story, a new dialogue option will appear, and you shall choose Let Us Journey Together.
Splendid. I thank you. This pleases me. It's been far too long since I found a fellow kindred spirit. You must have a fabulous teacher.
After that, a brand new dialogue option will appear, named I Have a Favor to Ask. She will give you the Celian Sealbreaker key item for you to use at a very hidden dungeon in the Kalé Wilds. You can talk to her about Alidom Lusat so you can get a better understanding if you don't want to be spoiled, but this place is pretty hidden, so it's gonna be hard for you to coincidentally figure out the entrance to this cave. If you don't want to waste your time any further, this is where the place that you need to go to advance her quest is in. It's in Celia Hideaway, right behind an illusory rock wall, close to the cemetery that you see a lot of skeletons in that area. Once you advance throughout that dungeon, at some point in that dungeon you shall see multiple ways down. The second pit is where you shall fall into to go into an area where a spell wall will be in place. In here, you shall meet Master Lusat, and interacting with him will give you the Stars of Ruin sorcery. After you have gotten the sorcery from Master Lusat, go back to Sellen, and she will tell you about a favor that she has in mind. Choose the dialogue option about the request, and she will speak to you about this form that you see before you is actually an illusion, is not the real Sellen. and she tasks you into finding her body right at the Weeping Peninsula at the Waypoint Ruins. You can keep talking to her about Lusat's location and about the request. But this is where you should stop advancing her quest, no matter what. If you keep advancing her quest, she will go into a series of paths that will lead her onto her death, or onto a curse that she will experience later on. The place to avoid is in here, at the Weeping Peninsula and the Witchbane Ruins. There's another Sorceress Sellen there. Do not free her under any circumstances if you want her to live. This is where you should stop advancing her quest. This is actually an added bonus. Did you know that headshots with sorceries and incantations count? At least some sorceries, as you can see here. Obviously, you cannot lock on to the heads of a giant normally in-game, but when you manually aim your projectile, you can, in fact, headshot these giants for additional damage, or headshot any enemy in that matter, like you would have headshotted them with a crossbow or a bow. It is the same in theory. But it is definitely harder to manually aim your sorceries for a headshot. A lot more complicated. But in the end of the day, you can do it if you manually aim it. Boc the Seamster. The first meeting of Boc, which is going to be one of your best friends in this whole game, will be close to the site of Grace Aguil Lake North, roughly around this area. When you approach this area close to the telescope, you shall hear someone calling out for help.
Oi! You there! Could you help us out, Kalé?
The thing is that someone is something. You can attack the bush once, or just backstep like I did.
What'd you go and do that for?
To be sure that you don't hurt this NPC. When this NPC is revealed, you can talk to him to advance his quest.
Thank you. The name's Boc.
His next appearance will be at the coastal cave west of the Aguil Lake. It is a dungeon area, and this is where you will find Boc at the ground, bleeding. If he is not there after your first encounter, rest at a site of grace to make him appear. You can talk to him here to get some dialogue, but it is not necessary. After talking to him, you can keep going through the dungeon until you reach the boss, and you get an item called the Sewing Needle, which you will need to advance Boc's quest later on. After you have gotten the Sewing Needle, do not forget to give it to Boc. He will still be at the coastal cave on the ground. When you exhaust his dialogue, rest at a site of grace. He then should disappear from there. That's when you know that you have succeeded in advancing his quest. His next appearance will be at Liurnia of the Lakes, right at the lake-facing cliffs site of grace. If Boc the Seamster does not appear immediately, rest at the site of grace to make him appear. At this point, you can talk to him and he will become your personal seamster.
Good to see you, Master. Do you remember me? Boc the demi-human. You helped me before and retrieved my sewing needle.
He will alter your armor for free. He also has new dialogue option named Don't Tell Me. Much later in your exploration, at a chest right near the Church of Vows, where Miriel, Pastor of Vows, is, there shall be a chest with a golden sewing needle in it. You shall need this golden sewing needle later on. Boc's next appearance will be at East Realucaria Gate. With your golden sewing needle in hand, this is where you shall advance his quest. But as an additional goodie, an additional secret towards his encounter in this place, you can actually summon Melina and talk to her before talking to Boc. Rest at a site of grace, and you will have the option to talk to Melina in here.
Your seamster, Boc. He is always eager to see your return. Please, will you talk to him when you can?
If you don't have it in your inventory already, it is important to give the golden sewing needle to Boc in the first place. You first need a demigod garb, an alterable demigod garb. That means you need specific armor from some of the big bosses in the game, specifically the chest armors. The complete list are these. You either need Lord of Blood's robe from Mogwyn at the Destiny Palace, the unaltered version of it. Have it in your inventory. Another one would be Melinia's armor, unaltered Melinia's armor. Another chest piece would be Elden Lord armor, again the unaltered version. The next armor that you can present to Boc will be Maliketh's armor. And finally, the last alterable demigod armor that you need is Radahn's lion armor. You do not need all of these in your inventory, you just need one of these to advance his quest. After you have an alterable demigod armor in your inventory and you have the golden sewing needle on hand, talk to Boc and there will be a dialogue option saying "I'm sorry." He will talk to you about his inability that he cannot change the demigod's armor. But when you stop talking to him, you will have another dialogue option saying "Give the golden sewing needle to him."
Is that a gift from my undeserving self? Thank you kindly. But what on earth could it... Oh, what... amazing! I've never seen a golden needle. Not in all my life.
By giving him the golden sewing needle, you will have advanced his quest and he will be able to alter your demigod armor as you wish. Boc's next appearance will be at the Altus Plateau at the Altus Highway Junction, site of grace over here. But before talking to him, Melina also appears here. Sit on the side of grace and then talk to Melina.
Your seamster, Boc. I see him crying from time to time. I think he misses his mother. He wants someone to tell him he's beautiful.
After your conversation with Melina, now you can talk to Boc with a new dialogue option saying "I have a favor to ask."
Master, may I ask you something? Would you mind if I called you Lord?
And choose the dialogue option "You may call me Lord."
You don't say. Thank you. Thank you. My lord, my lord, my lord. Please become Elden Lord.
But don't let your guard down. You can still screw up this quest if you don't do this step. You can advance his quest in one of two locations. At Altus Highway Junction before you enter the Leyendale, the capital of Leyendale. Or you can advance his quest inside the capital of Leyendale. Either way, you can advance his quest in these two locations. The item that you will need to advance his quest will be Prattling Pate, You're Beautiful. This item can be found close to the Volcano Manor at the Hermit Village. The Prattling Pate will be here, surrounded by some demi-humans. When you're in front of Boc, you can use this item.
You're beautiful.
After you have used this item in front of him in one of these two locations, a new dialogue option will appear saying "I heard a voice."
Did I just hear my mum speaking? Thank you very much. Mum was always the only one who said I was beautiful.
He will question you, and you shall choose the dialogue option. That's right. When you have done this step with the Prattling Pate, he will forever be your seamster, and he will stay alive throughout the whole story of Elden Ring. If you haven't met him at the capital of Leyendale yet, you can go to the East Capital Rampart Site of Grace when you first visit Leyndell. He will be there at the corner of the room, with new dialogue options. But don't you worry, because of your previous step with the Prattling Pit, he will stay alive. After unleashing Destined Death, way later in the story, Leyndell will turn into the capital of Ash. At this point, the Site of Grace has been removed from your map and you have to revisit it again. To get to the Site of Grace where Boc is, you can either go through the capital rampart close to the bridge outside of Leyndell and follow this route. Or, from the Leyndell capital of Ash, you just go backwards and reach the Site of Grace to where I am on the map. When you reach the Site of Grace, Boc will be there forever, in the corner of the room, ready to adjust your garments, without any death and without any curses implanted on him.
Boc the Seamster, at your service, my lord, ready to make adjustments to your garments.
Blaidd. The first time you will meet Blaidd the Half-Wolf will be at Mistwood Ruins at Limgrave. Specifically to the east of Limgrave, right here where I pointed on the map. Once you get closer to the ruins, you shall hear a howl. When you look up, you can see where the howling comes from. You cannot do anything about the howl now, but to advance on this NPC's quest, you must first go to the Church of Elé to visit Merchant Kalé. Once you're in the Church of Elé, and once you have spoken to Merchant Kalé, a new option will be available. Talk to him about the howling in Mistwood.
The howl of a wolf? In the Mistwood? I suppose he must still be skulking about.
When you do, he will give you a gesture called Snap. This gesture is what you will use to signal Blaidd the Half-Wolf into coming down from his perch. Once you are in earshot of the howling, use the Snap fingers gesture to signal him down from his perch. When you do it, he will drop down immediately below him. That's when you can talk to him.
Who goes there? Kalé sent you, did he?
He will also ask your help about searching for someone named Darrywil. Darrywil is the enemy that you will have to face in order to advance Blaidd's quest. Darrywil can be found at Forlorn Hound Everjail. If you have faced Darrywil before meeting Blaidd, he will not be able to appear in the battle to help you. But if you have met Blaidd first, prior to fighting Darrywil, then when you enter the Everjail, you will find his NPC summoning sign there to help you in the fight. As I've said, once you enter the Everjail, his summoning sign will appear to your right. Once you have defeated Darrywil, you will respawn outside of the Everjail with Blaidd waiting for you right next to it.
Right. There you are. Had to work for it, but it's done. Don't say I'm not a man of my word. Here's your prize.
It'll be some time before you can meet him again, but basically what you need to do after this encounter is continue through Ranni's quest until Ranni tells you that she is looking for the treasure of Nokron. After you have advanced through Ranni's quest, Blaidd's next appearance will be at Siofra Riverbank, Site of Grace, or near it. Blaidd will be here where I marked on the map, close to the Torrent Spirit Jump. If you want an easy way of getting to him without alerting any enemies, just follow this path that I've shown you right here.
Ah. Good to see you.
After a time you shall see Blaidd. Exhaust his dialogue and he will tell you to interrogate Seluvis. If you've forgotten, this is where Preceptor Seluvis is located at, right next to Ranni. Once you have visited Preceptor Seluvis, you need to ask him about Nokron. He will then give you a letter of introduction to give to Sorceress Sellen. If you don't know where Sorceress Sellen is, she's right here in Limgrave at the Waypoint Ruins. Once you have visited Sorceress Sellen, give her the letter of introduction and she'll share her knowledge about Radahn and the stars and Ranni's quest. Once you are done talking to Sorceress Sellen, go back to Blaidd the Half-Wolf at Siofra Riverbank. In there, you'll need to tell him about Sellen's story. Once you do, he will tell you that there will be a Radahn festival being held at Radahn's castle.
Well met. What news? So Ranni's fate is kept in stasis by Starsgurd's Radahn. That reminds me of something I heard. There's a festival being held at the castle on the southern edge of the Caelid Wilds, east of Limgrave.
At this point in time, this is the trigger that will make this portal over here activate on the map. It is very important to note that if Alexander has not been met at Limgrave, or has not been met at Gael Tunnel entrance, then you probably will have bugged Alexander's quest. For me, he stayed at Radahn's Site of Grace throughout the entire story, because I messed up meeting him at his first appearance and on Gael rear entrance.
Ah, there you are. Took your sweet time. The players are all made up. I'm waiting for the curtain. Let's give them a show to remember, eh?
After you have defeated Radahn and unlocked the stars, a huge star will collapse near Limgrave. Once you are done with the cutscene, you can activate Radahn's Site of Grace, but this is very important. Do not, and I repeat, do not talk to Blaidd ever again. If you do, his quest line will continue, making him a prisoner in an Everjail, and if you free him from that Everjail, he will become insane and crazy and start to hunt you down. If you want to keep Blaidd alive, this is where his story must end. You will not have his icon on the map, but if you check on a later date, he will be here, alive and well, and free. But two things are very important for him to stay alive. One is do not talk to him ever again after defeating Radahn. Don't even talk to him once. If you do, his quest will resume. And two, never talk to War Counselor Iji ever again. If you do talk to War Counselor Iji, the same thing will happen to Blaidd. He will be imprisoned in an Everjail right where you fought Darrywill. Those two criterias are essential for Blaidd, the Half-Wolf, to stay alive and free and occupy a place in this Elden Ring world. Kenneth Haight. Kenneth Haight will be found at Limgrave right over here, where I pointed on the map. When you get close to this location, he will start to yell.
Hello? Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Haight, servant to the True Order and celebrated repudiator of the false? all Erdtree, grant me succor!
Once you have properly located where he is at, exhaust his dialogue. He will then ask you for a favor to liberate his Kenneth Haight castle, which is located in this direction, in Fort Haight. Once you have cleared the enemies off of Fort Haight, return to Kenneth Haight and exhaust his dialogue. In here you will get the Earthsteel dagger, and continuing conversing with him will offer you a dialogue option that you need to choose, a pledge service. After you have pledged service to Kenneth Haight, return to Fort Haight. This version of Fort Haight will be different. Kenneth Haight will be at the tippity top of the stairs.
Ah, you, is it? I suppose you must have seen it by now, yes. The sorry state of my fort? Oh, indeed, it is a foul fate for a land to be without a ruler.
Converse with him and exhaust his dialogue over here. After that Kenneth Haight encounter, his next appearance will be much later in the story. After you have beaten Morgoth, go back to Godric the Grafted Site of Grace. If Gostoc is still nearby that Site of Grace, sit at the Site of Grace a couple of times. For me, I had to sit at the Site of Grace 3 times before Gostoc could disappear from there. Once Gostoc disappears, Nepheli Loux, Kenneth Haight, and Gatekeeper Gostoc will be at the throne room right next to the Site of Grace. In here, you can converse with Kenneth Haight.
Ah, nice to see you after so long. Safe and sound, I take it, yes? Good. Ah, quite. I have indeed selected a new ruler. Lady Nepheli is strong and just, worthy of the burden of Limgrave's lineage.
At this point, you have completed his questline, and this is one of the very few NPCs that you can actually complete their story while keeping them alive, no problem. This also happens for Gatekeeper Gostoc and Nepheli Loux later on when I mention them. Patches. Yes, somehow this character is still here, traveling between dimensions and worlds. The first appearance that you will find him in is at Murkwater Cave at Limgrave. There will be a suspiciously large empty area with a treasure chest in the middle. Open the treasure chest to be greeted by Patches.
Well. Thought you'd just help yourself to a man's personal belongings, huh?
It is important that you do not kill him. Just hit him enough of times for him to give up.
Wait, please! I surrender! White flag and all!
Once you hear his surrender, do not attack him any further. Once he has surrendered, exhaust his dialogue and choose the dialogue option Forgive and Forget. After conversing with him, exit the game and reload the game. Once you are reloaded into the game, you shall see that Patches have established himself as a merchant in the Murkwater Cave. At this point, you can talk to him about the bandits and purchase some of his wares. You can also talk to him about that chest.
Wondering what's inside the treasure chest. Well, it's nothing too special. Just something I'm saving as thanks for a very valuable customer.
If you want more dialogue options from Patches, then go ahead and open the chest. Patches have put a trap on you and you will be teleported to the Mistwood ruins at Limgrave. You'll be unable to teleport until you've rested at a Site of Grace, so the nearest Site of Grace for you is Mistwood outskirts at the northwestern part of Limgrave over here. Once you have been teleported and able to teleport to any Site of Grace again, go back to Murkwater Cave and face Patches once again. He will be surprised that you have survived.
Ryan, you're alive! Oh, you had me proper scared, puffing away in a flash like that.
His next appearance will be at Liurnia of the Lakes, on this island right here that I've marked on the map. Go up the small rock formation over there, and you shall see a bonfire. Right next to it, you shall see Patches squatting by the bonfire.
Oh, well. It's been a long while. It's me, Patches the Untethered.
In here, you can still purchase his wares, and you can have more dialogue options. These include speaking of and just talking. When you choose the option speaking of, he will hint you towards an NPC named Raya. If you haven't had the courtesy of meeting her yet, he will give you more information on her. And when you choose the option talk, he will hint at you at a secret at Rea Lucaria involving an Iron Virgin. Your next involvement with Patches actually intertwines with another NPC named Raya. Once you have helped Raya at Liurnia of the Lakes, go to the Altus Plateau either by going to the Grand Lift of Dectus or by the Secret Passage. I will speak more in detail in her section of the NPC quest in this video. Once you take Raya's hand at Altus Plateau, you will be teleported to the Volcano Manor in which Patches will be waiting for you. But before meeting Patches, you must first converse with Tanith and join the Volcano Manor, in which she will give you the drawing room key to open the doors right next to Tanith. Once you have opened the doors, one of the rooms will have a letter from the Volcano Manor. Collect it, rest at a site of grace, and Patches will appear close to that site of grace. Once you have rested at the site of grace, follow where I go and you shall meet Patches squatting at the hallway.
Well, you joined the manor, huh? I don't believe it. Didn't think you had it in you. And here I thought Raya was barking up the wrong tree.
In here, you can still purchase more wares from him and talk to him about himself. To advance his quest, you first need to have completed the first request from the Volcano Manor. Once you have talked to Tanith about completing this request, you can now talk to Patches to proceed on his quest. Talking to Patches next will give you a letter to Patches, a request from himself. He will then tell you to defeat Great Horned Tragoth, which is located in this area of the map, right next to where you fought the Dragon Makar. But this is very important. If you want, there is a section of Great Horned Tragoth in my video. If you want his NPC summon to appear at some of the boss battles, do not complete this Volcano Manor request until you have summoned him at this part of the map. If you complete the Volcano Manor request before summoning him here, he will obviously not be able to help you in this area. Once you have completed the request from Patches, go talk to him about it and choose the option the request is done.
You hunted down Tragoth? Are you certain? No, it's quite all right. Fine work indeed. I'll give Tanith the news.
Once you have finished talking to him, go back to the site of grace at the Volcano Manor. Rest, refresh the area, and go back to Patches to talk to him again to claim your reward. In which case, he will give you the Magma Whip Candlestick. It is very important that after this point, you do not face Praetor Rykard and defeat him. All of the NPCs at the Volcano Manor depend on Rykard being alive. So if you want everybody to live, either leave Rykard until the very ending of the story where you want to complete everything that you can, or not face him at all in this playthrough. If you kill Rykard, everything will go downhill from here at the Volcano Manor. Great Horned Tragoth. Now here's a strange one. Tragoth is not exactly an NPC that you interact with aside from summoning him, but I will put it in here just in case. The first appearance of Tragoth will be at the ruin-strewn Precipice Overlook right after fighting the dragon in that area. Tragoth's summoning sign will be accompanied by Blackguard Big Boggart and the one-armed Millicent, if you have saved her in Caelid. His summoning sign will be here. As with the warning of the previous entry in this video, which was patches. Tragoth completely depends on not being able to kill him as an invader when you get the request from patches at the Volcano Manor. The final place that you will get the assistance of Great Horn Tragoth will be in this direction, at Altos Plateau. His summon sign will be accompanied right by Millicent if you have helped her get the prosthesis arm. At this point, you will have summoned him for all fights that he is available in. So, since this is not an NPC that you can freely interact with, then for me, might as well just accept the request from Patches and invade his world to kill him and get his armor and weapon. His invasion sign will be close to Magma Worm Makar's site of grace. Note that if you invade Horn Tragoth's world before summoning him at those two NPC summon signs that I mentioned before, he will not appear anymore to help you in these boss fights. Nepheli Loux. Nepheli Loux will first appear at Godric's castle, close to the secluded cell site of grace or the lift side chamber site of grace. Specifically, in this video I will show you where she is.
Be proud. You were a fine warrior. Your only mistake was your choice of master. Let the winds lift you to a higher place. Well, who do we have here? Tarnished, are you? Clearly not one of Godric's lot. I am Nepheli Loux. Tarnished and warrior, like you.
Once you have met her, exhaust her dialogue, and she will offer her help against Godric the Grafted. If you're lost, her summoning sign will be close to the secluded cell site of grace, right before the fog wall to fight Godric the Grafted. After defeating Godric the Grafted, go to the Round Table Hold and start moving towards Gideon Ofnir's direction. Right next to Ensha, Nepheli Loux will appear in a corner. Note that she will not appear until you have spoken to Gideon Ofnir first.
You again. I thought you'd receive a summons to the Round Table. Nepheli Loux. We met at Stormvale.
After exhausting her dialogue, she will give you the Arsenal Charm. The next encounter of Nepheli Loux will be at Liurnia of the Lakes in this direction, underneath this part of the map, at the village of the Albinaurics. She will be crouched down right below a bridge. Talk to her and exhaust her dialogue.
Oh, it's you. Well, what do you make of it? What's happened to this village?
Once you proceed through the village of the Albinaurics, before facing the boss, her summoning sign will appear here. After you have defeated the Omen Killer from the village of the Albinaurics, go back to the Round Table Hold. Go past Smithing Master Hewg, go downstairs and you shall find Nepheli crouched down. Exhaust her dialogue. And once you do exhaust her dialogue, go to Gideon Ofnir to talk about Nepheli's despair. Once you have completed dialogue with that son of a bitch, go back to Nepheli Loux once more and choose the option I heard from Gideon.
So you know already, do you? Right. It's true. My father cast me out.
At this point, it is very important to note to not give her the potion that Seluvis gives you. Do not give her that Seluvis potion under any circumstance if you want her to stay alive. To keep her alive and to complete her quest, you must go to Liurnia of the Lakes at the 4 Belfries site of grace. If you haven't already, open the chest right next to the site of grace and you will get the imbued sword key. This will allow you to open one of 3 gates in this area. Follow to where I'm moving towards to get the portal that you need to advance Nepheli's quest. You will know that this is the right portal when you see a note on the ground that says Precipice of Anticipation. Use your imbued sword key on the gremlin statues to activate the portal and travel through it. You will arrive at the Chapel of Anticipation. If you remember, this was the tutorial area. If you haven't beaten the grafted boss fight at the beginning of your playthrough, this is where you should beat him. Once you have passed through the tutorial boss, go and cross the wooden bridge. But instead of entering the church through the main entrance, you go to the right and see that a new pathway has been opened for you. At the top of these stairs, this is where you shall find the Stormhawk King. This is the item that you need to advance Nepheli's quest and keep her alive throughout the entirety of her quest line. Once you have acquired the Stormhawk King, go back to the Round Table Hold and back to Nepheli Loux. Choose the option, give her the Stormhawk King.
Is that ash? I can smell the ancient storm in it. My thanks. I'll gladly take it.
Again, it is very important that you never give her Seluvis's potion if you want her to stay alive. Once you have defeated Morgott at Capital Leyendell, go back to the Godric the Grafted Site of Grace at Limgrave. Rest at the Site of Grace a couple of times. For me, it was resting at it 3 times until Gatekeeper Gostoc disappeared from that area. Once Gostoc has disappeared from that area, proceed to the throne room. When you reach the throne room, you shall see Nepheli Loux, Kenneth Haight, and Gatekeeper Gostoc there. Talk to Nepheli Loux and she will give you an ancient dragon smithing stone.
It's been some time. I must thank you for your aid. I told Father I would be with him no longer. I remembered the vow I took when I first became a warrior, so many moons ago.
It is important to note that for this scenario to happen, for all 3 of them to be at the throne room together, you must have completed Kenneth Haight's quest prior to this. Gostoc, on the other hand, is not required for Nepheli Loux to be here at the throne room. So if you have troubles making Nepheli Loux appear here at the throne room next to the Godric the Grafted Site of Grace, be sure that you have completed Kenneth Haight's quest and talk to him at 4th Kenneth. Exhaust her dialogue to move on to the final stage of her questline. The next appearance of Nepheli Loux will be after you have unleashed Destined Death from Malekith and turned the capital of Leyendell into the Leyendell capital of Ash. Right before you face Hoarah or Godfrey, close to the Queen's bedchambers before going through the fog wall of the boss battle, Nepheli Loux's summoning sign shall appear right before it to help you in the battle. Again, this is one of the very few instances in where completing the quest from this NPC actually makes them survive until the end. But again, it is very important that you do not give her the Seluvis potion. Gatekeeper Gostoc will only appear throughout your progress at Stormveil Castle. After beating Margit, the Fell Omen, continue on your quest to Stormveil Castle. Soon you shall find a site of grace named Stormveil Main Gate. To the left of the main gate, there is a small opening. Once you go through it, Gatekeeper Gostoc will hail you from afar.
You there? Come over here, would you?
Start talking to him and you'll get dialogue options. You choose very well. Through this option, he will not open the main gate, and you will have to go through the secret passage, which is what you want if you plan to get more dialogue options with him and more encounters with him. If you choose to open the main gate, all of these encounters will not be possible in the future. His next appearance shall be in this little area right here. This part of his encounter must be triggered before the room that he locks you in later on. I didn't get it in my video because I missed a step, but if you have followed these steps without going to the room that he locks you in first, Gostoc will be crouching over in this direction where I shot my arrow. If you backtrack and move to where he is crouching, then you will get a new dialogue option. Now that you have met him in that area, proceed to the room that he locks you in, accompanied by a banished knight. Defeat the banished knight and get the rusty key from inside that room. Again, this is another tricky appearance from Gostoc. You need to follow some trigger points in your exploration in order to make him appear. After you have gotten the rusty key from that room that he locks you in, proceed through the door that the key unlocks and go up the ladder. Once you go up the ladder, go back down from the ladder and proceed backwards. At the very bottom of the place where you were at before, Gostoc will appear crouched down in a corner. You can also talk to him here. It's strange that in my playthrough, he does appear in 3 arbitrary spots like these and the previous one before you enter the room that he locks you in, but strangely enough, I could only trigger him once per those 3 areas that he appears in. I am not sure, but maybe he only appears in one of these 3 spots that you find him in, and the other spots that you haven't found him in will not make him appear. His next appearance shall be at Rampart Tower side of Grace. If you remember, there's a rectangular hole where the elevator should be in that you unlock later on. Instead of going there for now, proceed through the area with all the Stormhawks perching on the flammable barrels. Proceed until the very first Stormhawk, and moving to that first Stormhawk is the trigger that will make Gostoc appear where I show in the video. He suddenly appears on the other side of the elevator. Once you get close to him, he will start talking.
Rubbish. Another one, all skin and bones.
You can converse with him to get new dialogue from him. Like I said, in one of these 3 appearances that he could appear in, I don't know if it's a feature or I don't know if it's a bug, but once you meet him in one of these 3 areas, he will not appear in the other 2. The other area that you could make him appear in is close to the Rampart Tower where the Stormhawks were. More specifically, to make him spawn, you must first go to where Sorcerer Rogier is. Then climb up the ladder and, in theory, he should have been right here where I show in the video. Again, I don't know if it's a feature or I don't know if it's a bug, but since I met him before in one of the 3 areas that he could appear in, maybe that meant that he could not appear in this area because I have already done so before. Once you keep traveling through the secret entrance of the Stormveil Castle, you shall eventually reach the other side of the main gate. At this point you can open the main gate because you have already seen him in all the areas that you could possibly converse with him in. Activate the Site of Grace and fall down the hole next to it. Be careful not to hit Gostoc on the way down. After you have unlocked the main gate by going through the secret entrance, he will be available as a merchant for you to purchase some wares. At this point, he will no longer move throughout Stormveil Castle until you have defeated Godric the Grafted. After you have defeated Godric the Grafted, activate the Site of Grace where you fought the boss in, rest at it, and you shall see Gostoc stomping out a miniaturized Godric on the floor.
What a pathetic excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone.
Since update 1.05, this character has been made possible to trade with. In previous versions, I believe that this was not possible. Again, this is one of the very rare instances in where completing the quests of these NPCs will make them survive throughout the end. Gostoc is one of these rare cases. After you have defeated Morgoth at Leyendell, and after you have completed Nepheli's questline and Kenneth Haight's questline, Go back to Godric the Grafted Site of Grace at Limgrave. Rest at the Site of Grace a couple of times until you no longer see Gatekeeper Gostoc stomping out a miniature Godric the Grafted on the ground. Once Gatekeeper Gostoc disappears, he would have moved, together with Nepheli Loux and Kenneth Haight, to the throne room. At this point, Gatekeeper Gostoc will have in his wares an ancient dragon smithing stone for you to purchase. And this is where the questline from Gatekeeper Gostoc, Nepheli Loux, and Kenneth Haight end. By completing these 3 NPCs quests, they will have survived throughout the very end. Sorcerer Rogier. At first you shall meet Sorcerer Rogier near the Castle Ward Tunnel before facing Margit. Before entering the boss fight, summoning sign will be on the ground to the right of it, and therefore summoning Sorcerer Rogier. The next appearance of Sorcerer Rogier will be near the Rampart Tower Site of Grace. If you're having trouble locating him, in this video I show where he exactly is. Once you have entered the chapel in which Sorcerer Rogier is in, converse with him. You will get 2 dialogue options. Choose the one, "I'm here to defeat Godric."
I see. Here to challenge Godric and lay your hands upon a great rune, are you? You can see it then, I take it. The guidance of grace.
He will sell some Ash of War, glintstone sorceries, and if you purchase at least one of them, it will unlock a new dialogue option in his dialogue menu. Now Sorcerer Rogier's quest becomes a bit complicated from now on. To advance his quest, near the Lift-Safe Chamber Site of Grace, there will be an area that you can drop down from. This is the quickest way to advance his quest. But if you wish to go through the other route that you see in front of you, that is a completely different story. The other entrance is through this elevator near the Site of Grace. If you are confused about where this secret entrance is, I will show you personally in this video. After you have gone up the elevator from that Rampart Site of Grace, follow my lead. At some point in your journey, you shall see a note on the ground from Sorcerer Rogier that says, "Surely what you seek is somewhere close by. Keep following where I go." And at this point you shall eventually reach the other side. Open the door so you can gain a shortcut to this area. Once you have reached the bottom of this area, keep continuing forward to where the rats are. Once you have arrived in this open area, keep moving forward until you see a very odd statue of a face, or apparition of a face, in these depths. Next to it, you will notice that there is a bloodstain on to the right of it. Once you interact with the bloodstain, you shall see Sorcerer Rogier getting death blighted. This is what you need to proceed on his quest and via the Deathbed Companion's quest, since these two characters' quest lines are intertwined with each other. After you have interacted with the bloodstain, next to Godwin's decrepit face, go back to the round table hold, and near the balcony you shall see Sorcerer Rogier sitting with his lower half of the body being death blighted.
Ah, we meet again after all. I apologize for any offense given by my bearing, but I'm quite unable to move, you see.
You can choose multiple dialogue options to talk to him about. The first one would be I've defeated Godric and therefore he will give you his rapier. You can talk to him about D if you have met D before. But the one dialogue option that triggers him to advance on his quest is about the corpse under Stormveil. He will tell you some lore about the story and the next step of his questline. After you have spoken to him about the face of Godwin at Stormveil Castle, your next destination should be getting some information from Fia, the Deathbed Companion. Once she has given you the map to where the black knife print is, your next destination before advancing any of their quests should be going to these catacombs and getting the key item that you need to advance both of their quests. When you have entered the Black Knife Catacombs, there will be an illusory wall that you can hit, so you can proceed through the boss battle that has the Black Knife print in. If you have met D prior to going here, there will be a summoning sign before the boss fog wall. After you have gotten the Black Knife print from the Catacombs, converse with Sorcerer Rogier and give him the Black Knife print that he desires. Once you have given him the Black Knife print, go rest at the site of grace on the round table hold and go back to Sorcerer Rogier to get the Black Knife print back. He will then tell you that Ranni was the one behind the Knight of the Black Knife's assassination when they murdered Godwin. You can talk to him about Ranni's whereabouts afterwards. When you talk to him about Ranni, you will get a new dialogue option called Why Do You Want a Curse Mark? It is important to know that before meeting Ranni the Witch, you must have gone through all of these steps from Sorcerer Rogier and from Fia in order to get the complete Ranni's questline further in the future if you wish to change your mind and complete her quest later on. If you meet Ranni before finding out that she was the one behind the Knight of the Black Knives, you will have completely different dialogue and she will no longer be able to give you the whereabouts about her corporeal flesh later on. That's why it is important to proceed through Sorcerer Rogier's and Fia's questlines up onto this point that you learn about Ranni and the Knight of the Black Knives. Once you meet Ranni, you must choose the option. You must be Ranni the Witch behind the Knight of the Black Knives. After this, Ranni will act very defensive, and even if you ask where did her body go, she will deny you the information. After she denies you with this information, go back to the Round Table Hold and converse with Sorcerer Rogier one more time. A new dialogue option will appear called Ranni casts off her curse mark.
I see. When Ranni shed her flesh, she shed the curse mark too. You know, not everyone would trust such a tale.
Sorcerer Rogier will give you some information and an idea about entering Ranni's service instead to earn her favor. Once you are done conversing with him, a new dialogue option will appear named Rogier's Proposition. It is very important that after this point, you do not talk to him any further, ever. If you keep talking to him, he will gradually keep losing his mind, and at some point, he will die. As with the case with many of these NPCs, sometimes ignoring them is the way to keeping them alive until the very end of Elden Ring. Note that also once you unleashed Destined Death by defeating Maliketh, he will be even more hunched over, but even after that point, do not talk to him at all. If you do not talk to him, he will not die. Simple as that. He will forever stay at the Round Table Hold to fill the lack of NPCs in this area. The Round Table Hold is definitely not homey at all. Is definitely no Firelink Shrine. But I'm gonna try, goddammit. Brother Corhyn and Goldmask. The first appearance of Brother Corhyn will be at the Round Table Hold when you first appear.
Oh, I see you've just arrived. Welcome to the Round Table Hold. I'm Corhyn, a man of the cloth.
After conversing with him, you will have a dialogue choice. You shall choose I see it. From then on, you can use him to study some incantations. I shall put together Brother Corhyn and Goldmask's quest lines together because they are very intimately intertwined with each other. Ugh, that's not an image that you wanted to imagine, is it? His next trigger on his questline will be when you first enter the Altus Plateau. After you enter the Altus Plateau, converse with him immediately so that the next time that you rest at a site of grace, he will disappear and move to another area. Note that it is very important to do these questlines before the burning of the Earth Tree, which is activated by a Giant's Flame Forge at the Mountaintops of Giants. If you do not advance on either of these two NPCs quests by then, Corhyn will have died at the Round Table Hold and Goldmask along with him. As I said before, Brother Corhyn and Goldmask's quests are both intertwined with each other. After Corhyn leaves the Round Table Hold, you shall look for the Goldmask, which is right here on the map. To get here easily, at the site of grace below this bridge, there will be a spirit jump that Torrent can do so you can elevate yourself easily towards this bridge and eventually reach Goldmask. Converse with him at least once to advance Corhyn's quest. You can do this in two orders. You either find the Goldmask first or find Corhyn first in the Altus Plateau. Either way will be fine. I recommend going to Corhyn first because you get some unique dialogue, but if you do it out of order like I did on this video, then that's completely fine too. After you have found Goldmask, however, you shall go in this direction of the map where I am about to show you. Go through this brick road and eventually you shall reach Brother Corhyn right beside where the map should be for the Altus Plateau section.
Ah, look who we have here. How delightful to meet a familiar face, even after departing the Round Table Hold.
If you still have not found the Goldmask, you can ask him about the Goldmask here. But if you have found him ahead of time, you can tell him about Noble Goldmask's whereabouts instead. After you have told him about Goldmask, after this is where both of their quests essentially turn into one. Remember where you met the Goldmask first time? Go there by using the spirit jump from Torrent, and after you reach the top of the bridge, you shall see Brother Corhyn and Goldmask together from now on. Converse with Brother Corhyn in this instance, and you shall get a dialogue choice about the noble Goldmask. The next place that you shall meet these two will be at the capital of Leyndell, close to the Colosseum. You can go there by the side of Grace West Capital Ramparts and following this direction. After you have met these two, converse with Brother Corhyn and talk to him about the noble Goldmask.
What's the matter? Please, I implore you, continue. Continue your reflections, your rhythms. I must be the one to record them. What matters this issue of Radagon, really? The Erd Tree, heart of the Golden Order, lies before our very eyes.
Now, the item that you need here is an incantation book that you get close to the Erd Tree Sanctuary site of Grace. Actually, right on top of this site of Grace is where the book is located in. Once you get the Golden Order Principia book, I recommend giving it to Miriel, Pastor of Vals at Liurnia of the Lakes. You know, the Turtle Pope. Or you can give him to Brother Corhyn. Either way, the spell that you need is the Law of Regression from this book. Once you have this book and once you have this spell equipped, called Law of Regression, go to the Erd Tree Sanctuary site of Grace where you fought Godfrey's Golden Shade, and go down this path that I am about to show you. While proceeding through this area, you shall see a note on the ground that says regression alone reveals secrets. Use the Law of Regression in this area to see that the statue of Radagon has changed to the statue of Marika. A new message will appear right in front of it saying Radagon is Marika. This is what you need to advance Brother Corhyn and Goldmask's quest. After you have seen this message, go back to Brother Corhyn and Goldmask. Once you have seen the message that Radagon is Marika, converse with Goldmask and you will have a dialogue option. Choose the one, tell him that Radagon is Marika to advance both of their quests. After this, you can speak to Brother Corhyn to get some additional dialogue on the matter.
What on earth did you do to the Master? Well, not that I'm complaining. Master's finger moves again, resuming his cogitation. More than good enough for me. I haven't the words to thank you.
You can also talk to him about the noble Goldmask again to get some more information about Radagon and Marika. The next place that you shall find these two is at the mountaintops of Giants, right here where I pointed on my map. Corhyn will be kneeling down in despair while Goldmask doing his usual poses. You can converse to Scribe Corhyn about the noble Goldmask at this point, and he will tell you about his thoughts. It is important to know that if you have gotten the Potion of Forgetfulness from Tanith at the Volcano Manor, you could have a new dialogue option to give him this potion. He will obviously refuse this offer, but you could get some additional dialogue squeezed in if you have that potion. I recommend not going through that part of Tanith's quest because that would mean that Raya would have moved from the Volcano Manor and into another place that is harder to reach. Unless you plan to complete the entirety of the Volcano Manor and complete all of their quests, meaning that they all will die eventually, and get the Potion of Forgetfulness not for Raya, but for Scribe Corhyn, then this is where you could get a new dialogue option when you are holding that potion on your inventory. The last place that you will find these two is at Leyendale, capital of Ash, after you have unleashed Destined Death. That means defeating Maliketh at the crumbling Farum Azula. Once you are at the Leyendale, capital of Ash, follow where I lead to find Scribe Corhyn on the ground. If you want him to leave, do not talk to him at all. Just leave him there and he will not die. If you're curious to where Goldmask is, follow the direction that I'm heading to find him over there. As I said in the beginning, Goldmask will die no matter what you do. Since he will die no matter what, then collect his mending room of perfect order, and you can quit the game and reload the game to get his clothes, Goldmask's waist strap, bracelets, and rags. At this point, Goldmask obviously would have died no matter what you did, but Corhyn will stay alive forever if you do not converse with him any further. Diallos. The first time you will meet Diallos Hoslow will be at the Round Table Hold. He will talk to you about if you have seen Lania in your travels.
Ah, hello. You must be new here. Well, just call me Diallos. The honor of one's house holds little import in these lands.
In which you shall find out Lania's fate later on in the story. The next location in which you will find Knight Diallos is in Liurnia of the Lakes, in this location that I've marked on my map. After you get close to the scene, you shall see a dead Lania on the floor. Converse with Diallos to advance on his quest.
Hello, friend. Tell me if you know, would you? The whereabouts of the hidden house of those despicable fiends. The recusants who hunt their fellow tarnished.
Once you have talked to him at Liurnia of the Lakes, go back to the Round Table Hold to make him appear there again. Exhaust his dialogue and he will tell you about Mount Gelmir and where he is headed. At this point, Diallos' questline is intertwined with Raya and the Volcano Manor itself. Once you have helped Raya at Liurnia of the Lakes, you will appear next at the Altus Plateau, either close to Locke's ruins or close to the Grand Lift of Dectus. Once you meet Raya again, you will have two dialogue options and you choose Take Raya's Hand to be teleported into the Volcano Manor. Once you have teleported into the Volcano Manor, you shall meet an NPC named Tanith, proprietress of the Volcano Manor. Choose the dialogue option, join the Volcano Manor, and she shall give you a key item named Drawing Room Key. This key will unlock the rooms right next to her. After you have unlocked the rooms with the key that Tanith gave you at the Volcano Manor, one of the rooms will contain Knight Diallos. Exhaust his dialogue over here.
It's you, is it? Well, nice to see you again. So you've been invited as well, I see.
Once you have completed the first request from the Volcano Manor and talked to Tanith about it, you are ready to proceed to the next step of Diallos' questline. Basically, to proceed Diallos' quest, keep completing the Volcano Manor's requests until you have completed Rally the Idol's quest from the Volcano Manor. Once you have completed each and every request leading up to Rally the Idol, keep conversing with him and exhausting his dialogue. At some point, he will disappear from the Volcano Manor and appear somewhere else. His next appearance will be at Jar-Bairn at the Liurnia of the Lakes. Once Diallos appears in the village, you can converse with Jar-Bairn to have him give you the information that someone named Diallos has visited the village.
Hello again, cuz. Have you heard? A new potentate's come to the village. I think he said his name was Diallos.
This is very important. Do not converse with him any further, not even once. If you talk to him even once when he is at Jarbug, it will lead to his death.
Well, aren't you full of beans? No wonder you're covered in muck.
So this is where you should end his questline. After he has been teleported to Jarbug, do not talk to him any further, and he will stay alive through the entirety of Elden Ring. You can converse with Jar-Bairn as much as you like, but never talk to Potentate Diallos if you want to keep him alive. It is interesting to know that even if you defeat Preceptor Rogier, which you shouldn't do if you want to keep everyone at the Volcano Manor alive, even if you do beat him, I believe that Diallos Hoslow will still be teleported to Jarbug no matter what. I haven't tested that theory, but once he is in Jarbug, this is where you should stop talking to him for him to survive. Now for another bonus section. Did you know the curious paintings that are glowing throughout the lands between actually serve a purpose? I did not know what they meant when I first did my playthrough, but if you go to the locations that they are painted and depicted in, you can actually find new pieces of armor, new weapons, or new items. Very cool, right? I did not even pay attention to it on my first playthrough, but if you want more goodies, then this is a pretty fun scavenging hunt that you could do. You shall meet Gideon off near the All-Knowing the first time you visit the Round Table Hold. Converse with him and exhaust his dialogue.
Oh, this is a rare occasion. I can't remember the last time a new Tarnished made their way to the Round Table.
Once you are done talking with him, you can rest at the site of grace at the Round Table Hold, and he will disappear from there and move to another place entirely. Go to the room that he is in to have a new dialogue option, and you choose what do you mean a house guest to gain some additional dialogue. The first time you have defeated a demigod, which probably would be Godric the Grafted as your first demigod, you will now be able to talk to Anya and the Two Fingers at the Round Table Hold. After you have talked to them, go back to Gideon Ofnir to see that his doors are once again open. At this point, you can talk to him about the demigods to gain more information and more lore about them. Once you have collected your second Great Rune, that would mean from Renna or from Radahn or from Preceptor Rogier, go back to the Round Table Hold and go back to Gideon Ofnir. He will have a new dialogue choices for you. Once you acquire 2 Great Runes, the path for you shall open at the capital of Leyndell. Note that it is also important that you have met Melina before going through here. If you have not met Melina, even if you have 2 Great Runes, that place will be locked off for you. Once you have defeated Margot, go back to Gideon Ofnir and choose the dialogue option Where Should I Go?
If you're heading to the Forge of the Flame of Ruin, in the snowy mountaintops of the Giants, you'll need to find the Grand Lift of Rold, beyond the Forbidden Region. But go if you would. Take no heed of cardinal sin.
After you have activated the Forge of Giants at the Mountaintops of Giants, go back to Gideon Ofnir to have him unlock a special dialogue options so that you can acquire some special incantations from him. To have these dialogue options, what you will require is going to the Haligtree Roots, going to the Mogwyn Palace, facing Mogwyn and defeating him, and defeating Melina, Blade of Miquella. After you have done these 4 things, new dialogue options shall appear to Gideon Ofnir. Conversing with him about all these 4 dialogue options will give you more and more incantations from him, with the final reward being Law of Casuality. After you have gotten the Law of Casuality from him, that's where his interactable questline ends, because at some point later on in the story you shall face him as an enemy. There is no way to save this NPC because he shall appear as a boss before you finish the game. Ensha. Now this is a very curious approach to this character. If you want the most content possible, Ensha cannot survive. Period. Once you have acquired one of the two Halictree halves, the next time you appear at the Round Table Hold, Ensha shall invade you and turn into an enemy. If you want to keep Ensha alive, what I would recommend is not getting any of the two Halictree halves that you get from Old Albus and from Castle Sol, right at the Mountaintops of Giants. But in consequence for not acquiring these halves of the Halictree root, it would lock you off from a vast area at the Mountaintops of Giants, making you have a lot less content to play with, and it will lock you off towards going to the Halictree roots to advance Millicent's quests. And as an added bonus, it will also lock you off from facing Melina, Blade of Miquella, in the future. So by having Ensha alive, by not getting the Halictree halves, you are actually getting a lot less content. A whole lot less content compared to any of the other NPCs if you want to keep them alive. I don't know. Yeah, you have two choices. Either keep Ensha alive by not getting any of the Halictree halves and therefore locking off a lot of content from you, or make the sacrifice to kill Ensha once you get one of the Halictree halves. Once you visit the Round Table Hold, he will invade you and you need to kill him. Once you kill him, you can get his armor. So you choose. But note, if you want to keep him alive, like I said, a lot of content will be locked off from you. And you will not be able to complete either Letena's quest and Millicent's quest. Finger Reader Enya. The first time that you shall encounter Finger Reader Enya will be at the Round Table Hold after you have defeated at least one of the Shard-Bearers. Most likely your first Shard-Bearer will be Godric the Grafted. After you have beaten one of the Shard-Bearers, go and talk to Enya, and you shall gain the options to gain power from some remembrances. Very powerful armor or weapons or talismans that you can get from her.
Are you that new tarnished? You've done well. I am Enya the Finger Reader. I interpret the words of the fingers, envoys to the greater will.
After you have acquired 2 great runes from the Shard-Bearers, go back to Enya and she shall give you a talisman pouch if you haven't gotten it already. A new dialogue option will appear named About Queen Marika, so she can talk to you more about Queen Marika and the lore of Elden Ring. After you have beaten Margot at the Elden Throne, go back to the Round Table Hold. She will talk to you about the Erdtree having spurned you and to find the 2 fingers in a stationary position. You can talk to her here about I want to burn the impenetrable thorns.
Heavens forbid. That is not the domain of mere men. The burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin. And you say you seek the power of the Rune of Death too?
Note that this is one of the triggers necessary to have more conversations with Melina later on. When you talk to Enya about burning the impenetrable thorns, she will say that it is a cardinal sin. Once you have heard this, you can converse with Melina and most of the Sites of Graces to get more additional dialogue from her. Once you have activated the flames at the Forge of Giants at the Mountaintops of Giants, go back to Enya and converse with her. If you want to unlock Power of Remembrances option, keep talking to her until she is available once more. Like I said before on the beginning of this video, Enya will die no matter what you do. by just progressing on the main quest. After you have unleashed Destined Death by beating Maliketh, she will be found dead where you first found her. Of course, you can still receive power of remembrances from her if you so wish. How does this work? I don't know, but it apparently still does. Fia, the Deathbed Companion. The Free Hugs Lady. You will first meet her when you travel to the Round Table Hold for the first time. She is the only NPC that will give you hugs. When you talk to her, there will be a dialogue option, and you choose let her hold you.
My thanks, great champion.
Note that by being held by Fia, you will always get the Baldachin's Blessing. This item will now be in your inventory and will have a passive negative effect on your health bar. My recommendation is, whenever you get a hug from Fia, the Deathbed Companion, you immediately use the Baldachin's Blessing to get a portion of your health back. On your first meeting though, she will actually have two dialogues. Once when you first are giving a hug, and the second when you're giving a hug from Fia when you talk to her again. It is worth noting that for the beginning of Fia, the Deathbed Companion's questline, it is closely intertwined with Sorcerer Rogier's questline. Once you have followed Sorcerer Rogier's questline up until the point where you discover his bloodstain at Stormvale Castle and confront him about it, go to Fia, the Deathbed Companion, and let her hold you once again. Once you receive your free hugs, and once you are at the point in the story in Sorcerer Rogier's questline, a new dialogue piece with Fia, the Deathbed Companion, will appear, named Do You Know?
My dear, have you ever heard of Black Knife Prince? Dear Rogier likes to talk of them when abed.
She will talk to you about the Black Knife Prince, the thing that Rogier is seeking on his own questline. After you're done talking to her about the first part of the Black Knife Print, talk to her again about the Black Knife Print for the second part of her dialogue to get the Knife Print clue. The item that you got was a map leading to the Black Knife Catacombs at Liurnia of the Lakes. Again, like I've said before on Sorcerer Rogier's part of this video, it is a dungeon-like area that you need to go through and explore a hidden illusory wall within that dungeon to fight a Black Knife Assassin. Once you fight the Black Knife Assassin and emerge victorious, you shall acquire the Black Knife Print from this area. This is the item you will need to advance both Sorcerer Rogier's quest and Fia, the Deathbed Companion's questline. Once you have given the Black Knife Print to Sorcerer Rogier, and once he tells you about Ranni the Witch and the Knight of the Black Knives, and at this point entered into the service of Lady Ranni, go back to Fia, the Deathbed Companion at the Round Table Hold. Let her hold you once again, and you shall now have a new dialogue piece called About Rogier.
I heard that you lent a hand to dear Rogier. He seemed positively elated.
After some time, when the conversation ends, she will give you a sacrificial twig talisman. After some time has passed, when you have already entered Lady Ranni's service, a new dialogue option from Fia will appear named May I Ask a Favor. Through this dialogue, she will give you the Weather Dagger key item. After you have gotten the Weather Dagger, you can talk more about it. This is an item that you will need to give the Hunter of the Dead. As I have mentioned before, the Hunter of the Dead will always die no matter what you do. So, why not just give him the Weather Dagger? This will lead him to his death, of course, but there is nothing you can do to prevent it anyways. The only difference here would be that Fia disappears more early in the story than later. That's the only difference. After you have given the dagger to Dee, rest at the side of grace at the Round Table, and when you go to Fia's chambers, you shall notice that she is no longer there. Go past Smithing Master Hewg to see that a new door has opened. In that room, you shall see a dead Dee, Hunter of the Dead, on the floor, and Fia right beside him. At this point, converse with Fia the Deathbed Companion and she will disappear from the Round Table Hold. Fia's final destination can be found at Prince of Death's throne in one of the underground areas at Deep Root Depths.
Ah, there you are. I knew you would come. What is it you intend? To deny us and our ways?
When you confront her, there will be a dialogue option that you must choose. You can say, "That's right," and you will have new dialogue with her, but you can also come back and talk to her once again and choose, "No, I want to be held" instead. The only difference here is whether you get a dialogue option from the first choice or advance her quest immediately through the second choice. As long as you don't kill her, you can change your mind and dialogue option. You will not be locked to a certain path if you choose the first option. After being held by Fia, she will talk to you about the Hollow Brand. This item is acquired through Ranni's quest, but it is also acquired through Ranni's quest after you have given her the treasure of Nokron, in which case, if you are following this video to keeping Ranni, Iji, and Blaidd alive, you will not be able to proceed through Fia's questline. So this is where Fia will reside until the end of the story of Elden Ring. Instead of Fia being at the Round Table Hold, she will just appear here at the Deep Root Depths instead. You can go to her for free hugs all you want now. Irina of Irina of Morn is actually very simple to deal with. You will find her first at the Weeping Peninsula south of Limgrave, close to the Bridge of Sacrifice site of Grace. This is a very important detail to keep her alive. You can talk to her once, and only once.
Hello? Is somebody there? Might I bend your ear for a moment, please? My name is Irina. I've escaped from Castle Morn to the south.
But do not engage in conversation the second time. If you engage in conversation for the second time, she will try to ask a favor from you to deliver a letter to her father at Castle Morn. If you're at this point, refuse the request and maybe you'll be fine. But just to be sure, only talk to her once and once only. After you have talked to her once, she will appear on the map as if registered that she is in the world. But again, it is very important not to talk to her again after the first conversation, and she will stay alive until the very end of Elden Ring. Now, it is important to note that if you do not go through the quest of Irina and Edgar, her father, Hayeta will not appear. But seeing as 2 NPCs die if I proceed through her quest versus 1 NPC not appearing, meaning Hayeta, I would choose to leave Hayeta and Edgar alive by just ignoring their questlines instead. Hayeta will not appear on my questline, but that's a sacrifice I must make to keep most of the NPCs in Elden Ring alive until the very end. Edgar of Castle Morn will be found close to the Castle Morn site of Grace. No matter how much you talk to him, nothing bad will happen to him because you have not previously gotten the letter from Irina in the first place.
There's a face I've not seen before. I'm Edgar, warden of this castle, as ordained by Lord Godric himself.
By not getting the letter from Irina, you will not be able to advance Edgar's quest, and therefore he will stay alive at Castle Morn until the very end of the story. Again, remember that if you do not advance through these quests, Hayeta will not appear in your game, because the death of Irina is required for Hayeta to appear later on. And again, I choose to leave Irina and Edgar alive instead of advancing their quest and therefore killing them just for Hayeta to appear. But that's just my preferred taste. Tops can be found near the lake-facing cliff side of Grace at the Church of Irith. To advance his first part of the quest, you must donate at least 10 runes to him when you first meet him.
You're tarnished, aren't you? Then perhaps you could spare some runes. Believe it or not, I studied Glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Rea Lucaria. For a small donation, I'd be happy to share my knowledge.
After this, you can study some simple sorceries from him and can talk to him. After talking to him, you will find out that he wants a Glintstone key. After this, you can talk to him about the Glintstone key, and if you have met Sellen before, you can talk to him about Sellen also. Another dialogue piece will appear from Tops after you have purchased all 3 of his sorceries. If you have a scroll, you could try and attempt to give him the scroll, but then he will later deny you, saying that he is not talented enough to teaching you these incantations and spells.
Oh, did I not mention I'm a Bluntstone? I don't even have a pebble's worth of power, so I'm afraid I can't help you decipher the scroll. I'm sorry I'm so useless. I truly am.
The Glintstone key that he is talking about is at the Academy of Rea Lucaria, just by a chandelier. This is where you should stop his quest. Do not give him the Academy Glintstone key to him under any circumstance if you want him to survive. If you give him the Academy Glintstone key to him, he will teleport to the Rea Lucaria and therefore he will die. Jeesh. What kind of fates are all these NPCs going through in Elden Ring, huh? Horrible, horrible fates is what it is. Raya, the Scout. If you had met Patches in the secluded isle right next to where I am on the map, you would have gotten some hints about Raya. Either way, Raya will be located in this gazebo over here. She will hail you from afar and trying to draw your attention.
Hello? Hello? Please. Over here.
Start a conversation with her and she will ask you for a favor.
Hello. It's rather chilly here, isn't it? My mistress sent me off on an errand.
Once you get the first dialogue choice, choose Hear Her request. She will tell you about a tarnish that has stolen her necklace. The area that you need to go is a Boil Prawn Shack, near Raya and Patches. I have marked it on the location on the map right here in the video. Once you approach Blackguard Boggart, you will have to choose between 2 dialogue options. Choose Give Me the Necklace. He will then tell you to buy it from him. At this point you will get another dialogue option and you should choose Deal and buy the necklace from him. After you have bought the necklace from him, you can converse with him again and speak to him about Raya, but this is very important. Do not buy any prawn from him. Do not. In order to keep him alive further on in the story, then this is 100% necessary. Do not buy any prawn from him. After you have gotten the necklace from Blackguard Boggart, go back to Raya. Once you are conversing with Raya again, give Raya's necklace in a dialogue option choice. She will then introduce herself as Raya in the service of Lady Tanith of the Volcano Manor. She will also give you the Volcano Manor invitation key item.
Did I forget to announce myself? I am Raya, in the service of Lady Tanith of the Volcano Manor.
After you converse with her again, she will give you hints about a secret path leading up to the Altus Plateau if you wish to explore. Now, on her next appearance, Raya can appear in one of 2 locations after first visiting the Altus Plateau. One will be at Erdtree Gazing Hill after you have defeated the dragon Makar and gone through the secret entrance leading up to the Altus Plateau. You will find her here in a corner waiting for you to talk to her. The other possible appearance she could be is at the Grand Lift of Dectus if you traveled there first instead of the secret passage. Once you take the elevator of the Grand Dectus, you shall enter Altus Plateau in a different direction. On my playthrough, I went through the secret entrance first to get to the Altus Plateau, so she is not here in my playthrough when I activated the Grand Lift of Dectus. But she should be right around here, right behind the left golem. It doesn't matter if you found Raya on Locke's Ruins or near the Grand Lift of Dectus, she will have the same dialogue option here. She will offer you an audience to Lady Tanith to be teleported into the Volcano Manor. When you get the dialogue option, choose Take Raya's Hand, and you shall be teleported to the Volcano Manor. Once you spawn at the Volcano Manor, you shall meet an NPC named Tanith, the proprietress of the Volcano Manor. Start conversing with her and you shall receive a dialogue option. Choose Join Volcano Manor. After this, she will give you the drawing room key so you can open the doors right next to her. After you have opened the rooms that the drawing key unlocks, Raya shall be in one of those rooms.
Hello again, brave Tarnished. As a scout, I am pleased to see you again here at the Volcano Manor.
After you have done the first request from the Volcano Manor, converse with Lady Tanith once more to receive an incantation. After you have gotten the incantation from Tanith, go back to Raya to converse with her once more, and she will tell you about strange sounds that she hears at the Volcano Manor.
Have you ever heard any strange sounds here at the manor? Something beyond the walls, like breathing or slithering scales.
The next time you will meet her, either by resting at a site of grace or by traveling back and forth between places, you will see that Raya is gone from this room. When she disappears from the room, just go to the opposite side of that room and you shall meet a curious snake.
Brave Tarnished, what is your business here? I'm afraid this is not a guest room. What's that peculiar look upon your face?
Converse with it and you shall find out that this is actually Raya in her true form. At this point, her name from Raya has changed into Zorayas, and this is how I'm going to call her throughout the entirety of the video. Once you have found out that Raya is actually Zorayas in a snake form, you can go to Lady Tanith to get more dialogue from her. A choice will appear saying Zoraya's form or leave. You choose Zoraya's form to get more conversation out of her.
Did you see her? The girl, Raya, with her true face? Well, if she confided in you the name Zorayas, then perhaps it is not my place to speak.
The next time that you rest at a site of grace, when you go back to Zorayas, she will appear human once again. The next step of Zoraya's quest will involve you doing the second request from the Volcano Manor, vanquishing Relay the Idol. Go to Lady Tanith to get the Serpent Bone Blade to advance on many of these quests from the Volcano Manor. After you have done the second request from the Volcano Manor and have gotten the reward from Lady Tanith, go back to Zorayas, and she will talk to you about some slithering at the room right next to her.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me. My mind never ceases to churn of late. Well, I know I can trust you.
She will also ask you to tell her anything if you find out more about her worries. At this point, you can go to the other room and you shall hear some slithering sounds. In the room that you were just hearing slithering sounds, you can find out, rolling into some of the walls, that there will be an illusory wall. Continue down that path until you reach a site of grace further on. Once you have reached the site of grace, open the door right next to it and you shall find out that there is a completely new area at the other side of it. After you have opened the doors into the new area, you can go back to the Volcano Manor And this is a choice that you must make. Either tell Zorias about the hidden room, making her worry about it, or do not tell her. I personally chose not to tell her about the dark side of the Volcano Manor. Reasons being is because she will be worried about this event, and also part of it is because you won't even be able to advance her quest if you want her to live. My recommendation, my personal taste on this questline is not telling her about the dark secrets of the Volcano Manor and leaving her in the dark. But you can also choose to tell her about the dark side of the Volcano Manor, and nothing wrong will happen. It's just once you tell her about it, she will start to worry. And I personally want her not to worry about it. The key part that you should be avoiding at all costs in order for her to stay alive and to stay sane is on the next part. After you have gone through the area at the dark side of the Volcano Manor, you shall reach the Temple of Aglé. There will be an item right beside the site of grace named the Serpent's Amnion. This is the key item that you should not give Zorias under any circumstance at all if you want her to stay sane or to stay alive. Do not give her this item. If for some reason you do give her this item, she will appear somewhere else aside from the usual Volcano Manor where you find her. In this video I will show you where she teleports to. You can get to this place in one of two ways. This is the first path where you can go to it after you've unlocked the elevator. And the other one is through another route. By giving her the Serpent's Amnion, she will teleport here and ask you to kill her. At this point, she will stay here and alive, but tormented. As long as you do not defeat Praetor Rykard, she will not disappear from this place. But it is my personal taste that I do not tell her about the dark side of the Volcano Manor to keep her away from her worries, and I never give her the Serpent's Amnion because that will advance her quest. Usually advancing quests in this game will leave them to be cursed, ruined, insane, or tormented. In any way, if you want to keep her alive and keep her without any worries, do not give her the Serpent's Amnion under any circumstance. But by not giving her the Serpent's Amnion, you cannot get the Potion of Forgetfulness from Tanith to have an additional dialogue option to Brother Corhyn later on in the Mountaintops of Giants. But that is a sacrifice that I am willing to make. I'd rather have a happy Zorias than a tormented Zorias. If you have noticed from the previous entry on Raya and Zorias, Blackguard Boggart's first questline is intertwined with Raya herself. So before meeting Blackguard Boggart, it is recommended that you first meet Raya at Liurnia of the Lakes and get the request to get the necklace from Blackguard Boggart. You shall first find him at Boiled Prawn Shack. After you have spoken to Raya and gotten the request to retrieve her necklace, you can talk to Blackguard next and choose the option Give Me the Necklace. After conversing him for a little while, he will tell you to buy it from him. Choose the dialogue option, Deal.
You're a shrewd one, Chief. First, you hand me the runes. And don't try nothing, neither.
Once you have purchased Raya's necklace, you can converse with him further about Raya and about himself. This is a very important step in his questline. Do not, under any circumstance, buy any prawn from him. Not even one prawn. If you do, he will move to Altus Plateau and will continue his quest, and eventually it will lead to his death. So, for now, do not buy any of his prawn. Another appearance from Blackguard will be in ruin-strewn Precipice Overlook right before the Dragon Makar boss fight. He will be accompanied by a Warnar, Millicent, and Tragoth. For this fight, you can only summon 2 of the 3 summon signs that appear here. Why did I say at the beginning that you should not buy any prawn from him is because his quest is intertwined with the Dung Eater's questline. If you want more detailed information about it, go to the Dung Eater section in this video. But for the short version of it, when you have released the Dung Eater from his jail at the sewers in capital of Leyndell, and once you get invaded by the Dung Eater in this area over here, right where I marked it on the map, and once you see this figure over here tied to a chair, cursed by the seedbed, cursed by the Dung Eater, and again, once you have defeated the Dung Eater in the invasion, now you are allowed to go to the Boiled Prawn Shack and converse with Blackguard once more. At this point, you are free to buy as many boiled prawns from him as you wish. Once you buy at least 1 prawn from him, you can open more dialogue choices in his conversation.
Alright, mate. Want some more prawn, do you? Never met someone with a taste for prawn I couldn't trust. We'd make good mates, I reckon. I'll be seeing you. Marika's tits. You must be hungry.
After finishing the conversation with him, rest at a site of grace to notice that he will disappear from the Boiled Prawn Shack. Once he disappears, he will move to the location where you got invaded by the Dung Eater. If you have followed the steps of the Dung Eater and not bought any prawn from Blackguard prior to releasing the Dung Eater from his jail, you will find them here instead with new inventory in his shop called the Boiled Crab, which is a better item than the boiled prawn that you bought before.
What are you looking at? Oh, you again, is it? Perfect bloody timing, actually. I got crab, cooked up fresh.
You will have another dialogue option that says you should probably know. In this dialogue, you shall hear about him talk about the Dung Eater, but since you have defeated the Dung Eater before Blackguard has teleported here, that means that Blackguard will stay here forever, alive and well, and not being cursed by the Dung Eater ever again. If you have followed these steps, Blackguard will survive until the end of the story. Note that if you want to complete Dung Eater's quest, you can do so without sacrificing Blackguard. If you sacrifice Blackguard, you will have a total of 6 seedbed curses available in the world, but you need a minimum of 5 seedbed curses. The Lands Between provide you with 5 seedbed curses in different parts of the game by default, so you don't need Blackguard's seedbed curse to complete the Dung Eater's quest later on. This way, you will keep Blackguard alive, and you would still have the option to complete the Dung Eater's quest later on if you choose to change your mind. Old Albus. Old Albus will be located at the village of the Arbonarix. To get a hint to where he is, you can converse with the spirit right next to this site of grace to get a hint of where Old Albus is. If you still have troubles locating Old Albus, in this video I will show you to where he is.
please, no. Dear me. I haven't a clue. No secrets lie with me, not a one. Oh, please leave me be.
He will be in the form of a pot. To reveal Old Albus, you can either attack, roll to the pot, or backstep away like I just did on the video, and therefore revealing the illusion of Old Albus. He will plead you to not kill him when you first reveal him. You can talk to him once, and he will give you the Halictree Sacred Medallion right. After the first conversation, you can converse with him a second time, but it is very important that you do not engage conversation a third time. If you engage in conversation a third time, Old Albus will automatically die. Also note, by conversing with him once and getting the Sacred Halictree Medallion, you shall trigger Ensha actively haunting you when you next visit the Round Table Hold, and therefore killing Ensha in the process. Since Ensha is not much of a talker, and since Ensha doesn't offer a lot of content in the story of Elden Ring, and because by not getting the Halictree Sacred Medallions, you are effectively blocking off a huge portion of the game away and locking off Millicent's and Latena's quests away by leaving Ensha alive and not getting the Sacred Halictree Medallion, then in my opinion, it's just worth it to get the Sacred Medallion from either Old Albus or Castle Sol, and making Ensha hostile to you. And for an added measure, you still need Old Albus's medallion to advance through Latena's quest later on. Yes, you will sacrifice one NPC, Ensha, because of this, but in the end I think it's worth it for additional content and the ability to finish some of these NPC's quests later on. And again, do not converse with him anymore after your second conversation with him. If you talk to him again, he will die. At first you shall find Latena at Liurnia of the Lakes at the Slumbering Wolf's Shack, which is accessible by going through the lakeside crystal cave in this location. Now, you have two choices here that I find equally acceptable. After you have conversed with Old Albus and gotten the Halictree Sacred Medallion right, go to Latena and converse with her. You will have a dialogue option and you choose Show the Sacred Medallion.
Foul tarnished. What do you want? I told the all-hearing brute that I possess no such medallion. Or have you come to take more from me? Was my other half not enough?
At this point, she will loosen up and believe that you are not one of Gideon Ofnir's henchmen. Now, you have two choices in this. One, after the first conversation, do not talk to her ever again, and she will stay here with her wolf, Lobo, forever until the end of the game. Or, you can keep talking to her and she will willingly become a Spirit Ash for you to take along on your journey. But at this point, if she becomes a Spirit Ash, she will leave her dear Lobo and will not reside in a specific space in the lands between. She will be in your inventory instead. Of course, if you do not take her with you as a Spirit Ash, you shall not be able to complete her quest and will not be able to receive the reward that you get from her at the end of her quest line. Either way is acceptable for me. Either don't converse with her any further to keep her at the Slumbering Wolf Shacks right next to her faithful wolf Lobo, or take her with you so you can both go together to the mountaintops of giants, have additional dialogue from Latena, and get the reward from Latena after finishing her quest.
Then I suppose it's time. Farewell, Lobo. My faithful wolf. My better half. I will go with the Tarnished, so that our journey will not have been in vain. Forgive me, Lobo.
If you have taken Latena as a spirit ash, her next dialogue conversation shall be at the mountaintops of giants, right here where I marked on the map. Once you are traversing through this area, Latena will speak to you.
Do you hear me? It is I, Latena. We're almost there. Castle Sol lies just off to the north.
The other piece of dialogue that Latena offers when you finally reach the hidden path to the Hewg tree. When you continue forward through the consecrated snowfields, follow the lights that you see amidst the snowstorm, and soon you shall hear Latena with another piece of dialogue.
Do you hear me? It is I, Latena. We have reached the land of Mikla's Hewg tree, where Lobo and I began our travels. It's entirely thanks to you that I'm so close to home.
Her next appearance will be at Apostate Derelict at the sacred path of the Hewg tree. In here, next to the site of grace, you shall see a gigantic albinaric woman slumbering. At this point, close to her, you can summon Latena to advance on her quest. Latena will give a birthing droplet to the towering sister. Converse with her after her animation ends, and you will get rewarded with a somber ancient dragon smithing stone.
Thank you. I finally fulfilled my purpose. Our young yet towering sister will give us hope.
After this, talk to her again to complete her questline. Very strangely, even if she says, when the fight is done, lay me to rest beside Lobo, my dear wolf. Interestingly enough, I don't know if this is a missing feature of the game, or if it's a bug, or if it's not even implemented in the game. But even if you go back to where her wolf Lobo is, you cannot put her back next to Lobo. I don't know, again, I don't know if this is an oversight, cut content, or whatnot, but you cannot, as of version 1.05, give her back to Lobo. You shall meet Muriel, Pastor of Vows, aka the Turtle Pope, at Church of Vows at Liurnia of the Lakes. In here you can converse with him to learn about Renala, learn about Radagon, learn about some lore about the Elden Ring, and learn about the Celestial Dew. This NPC is actually the preferable NPC to give all the incantation books and all the spell books to, because for the sole fact that this NPC does not move away from this place. So if you want to learn an incantation quickly or reliably, this NPC is where you should go to give all of your scrolls and books to. In comparison to Brother Corhyn or in comparison to Sorceress Sellen, which both of them move as you progress through their quests, Muriel, Pastor of Vows, does not. So Muriel, in my opinion, is a more reliable source of learning your incantations and spells. Now for an additional bonus section of the video. Did you know that there is a pause mechanic in Elden Ring? Like so. Yes, you can actually pause the game while playing offline. How about that? It sure is not obvious at all. So when you are getting pelted and attacked by, let's say, lightning sheep over and over and over again, screaming for your life and screaming for your mama to stop this horrible act of atrocity and violence between these lightning sheep, you can actually pause the game to give yourself a little breather so you can survive, calm down, and continue later on. It is possible to pause the game on offline mode due to the equipment menu, or actually any tutorial pop-up menu that you can find on the inventory or on the equipment menu in the game. But if you want to go a step further, you can actually make a pause button on your controller. Yes, you can actually add a pause button. But first, let me just take care of these lightning sheep. There, I'm safe now. Again, how this happens is by going to the equipment menu and selecting the help button down below. A new menu will pop up and you shall choose menu explanation or view controls, either of which will pause the game. As you can see, the grass behind my character is not moving at all. That means the game has been effectively paused. How can you do this, I wonder, on a controller? Or heck, even on a PC? This is actually possible by adding macros to your controller or keyboard. In this part of the video, I will elaborate on how to do it on a Xbox Series X controller. But you can also do it with Xbox One controller or PlayStation controllers or even a keyboard if you set the macro right. But for this video, I will only specify on a Xbox Series X controller. The first thing that you need to do is obviously have Steam. When you go to Steam, you need to first go to the settings bar at the top left of the screen. Once you do, a new window will pop up on the settings. Go all the way down to controller and click the general controller settings. A new window will pop up. Be sure to enable these two: Xbox configuration support and Xbox extended feature support. Be sure that those two are enabled in order to proceed through adding a pause button in Elden Ring. Once you have those two options enabled, when you are in the game, press Shift Tab to open the Steam overlay. Once you have opened the Steam overlay, go to controller configuration. A new window will pop up, making you able to map any button that you want while using Steam with a controller. Since the share button of the Xbox Series X does absolutely nothing on PC, then you might as well just change it into whatever you want. And in Elden Ring's case, I think the best option is to add a pause button to the share button on the controller. How do you do this is select the share button on the window. And this is the configuration that I have in order to make the pause button work on Elden Ring. The first bar should be a regular press and the binding should be the start button. The fire start delay will be at 0. The second tab is also a regular press, but this time the binding will be the A button. And the fire start relay will be at 0.038. The third bar will be another regular press, but this time the binding will be select. By pressing select, this will enable the help section menu from the game itself. Put the fire start delay at this number. At the fourth regular press, choose the binding D-pad up and set the fire start delay to this number. The final regular press should be the A button. When enabling this tab over here by binding the A button, you will effectively pause the game. Adjust the fire start relay to this number. Note that with a faster computer or a slower computer, these numbers may differentiate from each system. So if this pause button does not work on your system or computer, then just adjust the fire start delays in order to accurately enable the pause button on your game. Once you go back to the game and once you have done everything right, just with one press of a button, you would effectively pause your game whenever and however you want. It is important to note that this only can happen on offline mode, obviously. Anyways, let's go back to saving some NPCs. You shall meet Jar-Bairn at Jarbog in Liurnia of the Lakes. To reach this place is a little tricky and requires some parkour from Torrent, but you can reach Jarbog if you do it right. In here you shall see a lot of hot boys lying around, sleeping, or doing some cute animations. Jar-Bairn will be over here sitting on top of a step.
Hello, Cos. What are you doing here? I didn't think anyone knew about this place. Except us Jars.
To get more conversations out of him, the only thing that you need to do is go back to the site of grace, rest, and talk to Jar-Bairn over and over and over again until he repeats himself, therefore exhausting his dialogue. Do not worry about how many times you can talk to him because there is no limit. The only limitation to his quest in order to keep him alive is a little bit further on. Once you have advanced through Diallos Hoslow's quest, all the way to the point that he disappears from the Volcano Manor and reappears at Jarbug, this is where Jar-Bairn will have new conversations waiting for you.
Oh, hello again, cuz. Have you heard? A new potentate's come to the village. I think he said his name was Diallos.
You can talk to him as much as you want, but do not talk to Diallos Hoslow, not even once when he is at Jarbug. If you talk to Diallos even once, both Diallos' quest line will advance, and that means he will eventually die, and Jar-Bairn will be distressed, and he will also disappear depending how long are you going to go through Jar-Bairn's quest.
Well, aren't you full of beans? No wonder you're covered in muck.
He will disappear from Jarbug after you have given him the Alexander's innards when you last meet Iron Fist Alexander at Crumbling Ferrum Azula. But my recommendation is, when Diallos is on Jarbug, do not talk to Diallos at all. You can talk to Jar-Bairn as much as you want, but not Diallos. You shall first meet War Counselor Iji at Liurnia of the Lakes, close to the Road of the Manor, Site of Grace. If you have met Blaidd before speaking to him, you will have additional dialogue options to talk to him about.
Well, look at you. We don't receive many visitors.
If you talk to him about Blaidd before meeting Iji, he will then offer new wares to his shop.
Blaidd actually did that? Did he? Quite a rare occurrence for such a guarded soul as he.
Once you have entered into Ranni's service, Iji will be one of the spectrals that you need to converse with in order to advance Ranni's quest. After you have officially entered Ranni's service, you can talk to him again back at Liurnia of the Lakes. You can converse to him about Nokron and converse to him about Blaidd, if you haven't done so already. This is very important in order for War Counselor Iji, Preceptor Seluvis, and Blaidd to survive. Do not advance Ranni's quest to the point that you need to give her the treasure of Nokron, the Finger Slayer Blade. If you do give Ranni the Finger Slayer Blade, everything will go downhill from here. So do not even acquire or pick up the Finger Slayer Blade at Nokron when you get to that area. It is also very important that when you defeat General Radahn, you never ever speak to Iji ever again. If you speak to Iji after defeating Radahn, Blaidd will be locked away in an Ever jail right where you defeated Darrywill. And releasing Blaidd from then on will make him go insane later on in the story and Ranni's questline. So to keep everyone alive and well and occupying the world in the lands between, after you defeat Radahn, never talk to Iji again. Not even once. Preventing conversation from Iji will make Blaidd reside at the Radahn Site of Grace until the very end of the story, and will keep Iji alive. At first, you shall encounter Seluvis when trying to enter into Lady Ranni's service. He will appear as a ghost at Ranni's Rise. After officially entering into Lady Ranni's service, you can now go to Seluvis' Rise and converse with him.
Well, well, you took me at my word. Did you not realize I was merely being polite? Oh, you provincials never cease to amaze.
He will give you a task to administer a potion to Nepheli Loux. You can accept this task if you want to give you more options later on. But if you want Nepheli Loux to survive, do not under any circumstances give Seluvis' potion to her. Seluvis's potions can be used in 3 ways. Either by giving the potion to Gideon Ofnir, and therefore discarding the Seluvis's potion from your inventory, and therefore advancing Seluvis's quest forward. Or the second option is giving the Seluvis's potion to Nepheli Loux. That will mean killing her and making her a puppet, and unable to complete her quest later on. The third option is actually to give it to the Dung Eater after he has been chained through a share at the sewers at the Leyendell capital. If you want to keep everybody alive, either don't give the Seluvis's potion to anybody, or give Seluvis's potion to Gideon Ofnir, therefore advancing Preceptor Seluvis's quest. But it is worth noting, once you give Seluvis's potion to Gideon Ofnir, for example, it will advance his quest and therefore make him able to sell some puppets to you when you discover his hidden quarters at Liurnia. At this point, it is imperative not to continue his quest any further, because continuing on his quest will include betraying Ranni, and if you betray Ranni, obviously Ranni will disappear, Seluvis will die, Iji will disappear, and Blaidd will disappear from the game also. So do not complete Preceptor Seluvis's quest if you want more NPCs to occupy the world and, well, himself survive. Later on, when you want to enter Nokron, Blaidd will give you the task of asking Seluvis for more information. Once you confront Seluvis about Nokron, he will give you a letter of introduction to give to Sellen for more information. Go the usual path of visiting Sorceress Sellen, giving her the letter of introduction that Seluvis gave you, learn about how to unlock the stars from Radahn, go back to Blaidd, and all that jazz. It will be explained in more detail in Blaidd's section of the video and Sorceress Sellen's section of the video. Pedia is one of the very rare NPCs that you'll ever encounter. To get to him, follow where I go from Seluvis's Rise. Be mindful of the platforms below, and eventually you shall reach Pedia, the carrion servant, down below.
Oh, you? Sorry, your worship.
In here, he will offer you some wares for you to purchase, including an Ash of War, Celestial Dew, and Larval Tears. Pedia's survival is dependent on 2 things. 1, to not betray Ranni, and 2, to not give Ranni the Fingerslayer Blade. If Seluvis dies, so will Pedia. So as long as you avoid those 2 things, Pedia will survive until the end of the game. These twin brother will be found at Siofra Aqueduct, right where I am on the map, before facing the twin gargoyles boss fight. He will be on the floor writhing. It is true that no matter what you do, the Hunter of the Dead, his twin brother, will die no matter what you do, but in this case of the Beholder of Death, after you have gotten the armor pieces from a dead the Hunter of the Dead back in the Round Table Hold, do not give him his armor. Simple as that. The Beholder of the Dead will survive until the end of the game if you do not give him his brother's armor. The first encounter of Millicent, I recommend going to the Aeonia Swamp Shore first. Going toward the swamp, you shall see a spirit kneeling on the ground. Converse with that spirit to get a hint. Once you converse with that spirit, go to where I am heading to. Sooner or later, you shall be invaded by Millicent herself. Be careful, as this boss battle can be quite challenging, especially considering that Clean Rotten Knights will help her on her invasion. Once you have defeated Millicent, you will get some sacramental buds and golden runes. At this point, you need to go to Sage Gari at Gari's shack to get the task of getting a broken golden needle from the Aeonia swamp. Once you have gotten this task, you will need to go to the middle of the swamp to where a boss fight awaits you. Before going to your destination though, it is worth noticing that before the boss battle there will be a summoning sign near the boss that you need to fight. It is not Millicent, it's actually Pollyanna, adopted daughter, one of Millicent's sisters. I swear Pollyanna had to be added in version 1.05 because I've been searching high and low for as much content as I could squeeze out of this game, and this is the first time that I have ever seen this summoning sign in the game. After you have gotten the broken golden needle from the boss battle from the Aeonia swamp, go back to Sage Gari to have the golden needle fixed. After you have given Sage Gari the golden needle, quit from the game and to the main menu and go back into it to fast forward the process. After you converse with Sage Gari once again, you shall have gotten the golden needle to give to Millicent. Talking to Sage Gari will further detail on where the whereabouts of Millicent is. If you want more details about this quest, go to the section in the video that mentions Sage Gari's questline. After you have gotten the golden needle, your quest is now to bring it to Millicent. She will be at the Church of Plague. Once you first converse with her, you will have a dialogue option, and choose the one, give an unalloyed gold needle to her. After this, she will stab herself with the golden needle and stifling the scarlet rot within her. After some moments, she will pass out and will be unresponsive to you. Quit the game to the main menu and re-enter the game to fast forward the process. After you have loaded into the game, Millicent will be standing. Start a conversation with her and she will thank you for what you have done.
I hoped to see you again. My apologies for when last we met. I fainted before I could even thank you.
She will also give you the prosthesis wearer hairloop talisman. Her next appearance will be at Gari's shack where you first saw Sage Gari. But this time, when you reach that area, Gari will have disappeared, but Millicent will have appeared in the shack instead.
Oh, hello again. Something about this place felt familiar to me.
To continue the quest of Gari, exit the game to the main menu and re-enter the game to accelerate the process. Once you have loaded into the game, Sage Gari will be back, but Millicent will have disappeared. You can have more dialogue conversations with Sage Gari at this point. Millicent's next appearance will be at the ruin-strewn precipice overlook right before the Dragon Makar boss fight. She will be accompanied by 2 other NPC summon signs. One being Tragoth, one being Blackguard Big Boggart, and one being the one-armed Millicent herself. Millicent will be very helpful later on with other bosses that you will encounter. The next time that you will see Millicent will be at Erdtree Gazing Hill. Follow the path where I'm going and you shall meet Millicent overlooking in the distance.
Ah, we meet again. In truth, it's been smooth sailing for me. The Scarlet Rot has stilled since last we met.
Exhaust her dialogue here, and I recommend right away your next destination should be heading to the Shaded Castle immediately to get the prosthesis arm for her. For reference, when you enter the Shaded Castle and proceed through the castle, you shall meet this area over here that I marked on the map. Close to this area there will be a treasure chest that you can open. In this treasure chest, you will find the Valkyrie's prosthesis to give to Millicent. Once you have gotten the Valkyrie's prosthesis, go back to Millicent at Erdtree Gazing Hill. Start a conversation with her and choose the dialogue option, give the Valkyrie's prosthesis.
Are you giving me this arm? Thank you. I am in your debt yet again.
Exhaust her dialogue here, and she will disappear the next time you reload the area. Her next NPC summoning sign will be at Dominula Windmill Village right before the boss battle, over here where I've marked on the map. After defeating the Dominula Windmill Village boss, with or without Millicent, rest at the Windmill Heights Site of Grace right after the boss fight. Once you have rested, the area will reload and Millicent will appear nearby. Exhaust her dialogue here.
Ah, we meet yet again. The arm you gave me truly is a thing of wonder. It feels just like my own, even handling a sword.
The next appearance of Millicent will be right here at the Altus Plateau, right before a mini-boss. Her NPC summon sign will be accompanied by Tragoth. Her next NPC summoning sign will be close to the mountaintops of giants, right here where I'm marked on the map. You will be close to her NPC summoning sign when you are near the Stake of Marika. You continue upwards to the path and you shall see a summoning sign appear. Millicent's next appearance will be in Mountaintops of Giants, Ancient Snow Valley Ruins Site of Grace, immediately next to it. Exhaust her dialogue option here.
To think we'd meet in such a place. What could your purpose possibly...
Millicent's next appearance will be at Elphael's Brace of the Halic Tree at the Prayer Room Site of Grace. To get here, it is required to get both pieces of the Halic Tree medallion to traverse in this area. That means making Ensha hostile and talking to Albus at your first encounter. Letena is not required to be conversed with. Once you are at the Prayer Room Site of Grace, Millicent will be immediately right next to it.
Again we meet. I can only surmise our purposes are aligned. In which case, allow me to explain myself. I am of Melania's blood, but in what capacity I know not. I could be sister, daughter, or an offshoot.
You can talk to her as much as you want in this place, and she will not disappear as long as you don't do one important thing that triggers her to move from this place. It is very important not to defeat the mini-boss close to the drainage channel. Which mini-boss am I talking about? I am going to show you in this video. When you follow the path to where I'm going, you will notice a big open area. Somewhere over here, a mini-boss will appear if you get close to it. Again, do not defeat this mini-boss whatsoever if you want Millicent to stay alive. But there is a great grave glovewort right in the middle of the swamp and right where the mini-boss will appear. If you are driven by greed, like me, and want to acquire that item, you can. But it is important to note that never to kill the mini-boss that appears. Leave it alive. This is very important to keep Millicent alive. Even if you trigger that mini-boss to appear, Millicent will still be at the prayer room, safe and sound. Here is where your quest line should stop for Millicent. This is how Millicent will survive until the end of the story. First time you will meet Sage Gowry will be at Gowry's shack in the Kalé Wilds. Start a conversation with him and he will ask you for a favor in retrieving a golden needle at the Aeonian swamp.
Oh, a pleasure to see you. A pleasure indeed. I am Gowry, a great sage. In my day, anyway.
Choose the option, hear the request. After choosing this option, he will talk to you about Millicent and he will give you more information about Celia and where to acquire the unalloyed golden needle, which the needle will be in this direction. After you have obtained the unalloyed golden needle, go back to Gowry. When you speak to him, he will give you Celia's secret. After you have given him the golden needle, he will ask you to wait for him. But instead of waiting for him, exit the game to the main menu, reload the game, and once the game is loaded, talk to him again to receive the unalloyed golden needle. He will then tell you the whereabouts about where to find Millicent. To reach Millicent, you must first go through the Celia town of sorcery, go past it, and ultimately reach the Church of the Plague to advance on Sage Gowry's and Millicent's quest. Once you have progressed through Millicent's quest enough that she appears at Sage Gowry's shack and then disappears from Gowry's shack, Sage Gowry will appear once more after Millicent has left this area. You can have some conversations with him and confront to him about Millicent's visit. At this point, you will be able to purchase sorceries from him. The next trigger for him to add more conversation will be after you have given Millicent the Valkyrie prosthesis. After you have given her the prosthesis, you can go back to Sage Gowry once again to have more dialogue options available. Choose the dialogue option I gave Millicent, the prosthesis.
So, you gave Millicent a golden arm replacement. This is a wonderful development. Thank you for your kindness.
A new dialogue option will appear. It will be named About Millicent, and he will give you more lore about Millicent and Melina. After this, a new shop option will appear named Study Incantations. From here, buy the Pest Threads incantations from him. When you exit the shop menu, he will then enable a conversation with you and give you more information of Melina, goddess of the Scarlet Rot. After that conversation is over, a new dialogue option will appear named About Melina, which you can further learn about her story. Now, this is a test of trust. Do you trust me, dear viewer? Do you really trust me? Then, okay, let's put that trust to the test. Hit Sage Gowry once. Just believe in me.
We shall meet again, you and I. There are countless pests to choose from.
And he will appear to be a scarlet pest. disguised as a human. But do not worry, this is part of the trust exercise that I have going on here. Quit the game to the main menu. Reload the game. Once you are back into the game, Sage Gari will have respawned as if nothing has happened. So no matter how many times you hit him, he will not die. The only trigger for him to die is one of two ways. You either complete Millicent's quest by defeating the mini-boss at the Halleck tree, and after that, helping her against 4 of her sisters, or betray Millicent and help the 4 sisters kill Millicent instead. If one of those 2 criterias are met, Sage Gari will die. So it is imperative that you don't advance Millicent's quest to that degree. If you want to hear when to stop on Millicent's questline before her inevitable death, check the video for the timestamp on Millicent's questline. Gurranq, Beast Clergyman. I recommend before meeting Gurranq at the Caelid Wilds to advance the Hunter of the Dead's quest up until the point that you unlock the Sending Gate next to the 3rd Church of Marika. Once you can interact with the portal, go straight through it and you shall reach Grail's Dragon Barrow at the Caelid Wilds. You will arrive at the Bestial Sanctum where Gurranq is located in. Open the doors and you shall see him at the end of the hallway. At your first meeting, in order to advance the Hunter of the Dead's quest, give him at least 1 death root to advance D's quest.
I smell it. Death. Feed it me.
As I've said before, Gurranq will always die no matter what you do in the story, because he is one of the characters that you need to fight later on. So, before going to Crumbling Ferrum Azula, be sure to give him all the death root possible in the game, which are 9 death roots. But if you want as much content as possible from Gurranq, you first give him 4 death roots at the beginning, then rest at a site of grace and you'll see what happens. After you see what happens, when he surrenders, do not attack him any further. At some point, by giving him some amount of death roots, I don't know the exact amount, he will actually step outside and howl at the night sky. But I could not replicate this in my playthrough. Probably when you give him 2 or 3 death roots instead of 4. I do not remember how I did it in the past. But there is another instance of this character. It's just that I don't know how to explain it to you because I have not recreated it in this playthrough. And with all said and done, to get a unique dialogue option when facing Malekith, give Gurranq all of the 9 death roots and he will disappear from the Bestial Sanctum. And by giving him all 9 death roots, he will give you all of his learned incantations and an ancient dragon smithing stone. Note that there is no way to save this character at all. Jaren first can be found at Redmane Castle, but in order to meet Jaren, you need to have completed Ranni's quest up until the point where Blaidd is searching for the entrance to Nokron. Once you have met Blaidd on Siofra Riverbank, he will tell you to go to Seluvis, Seluvis will tell you to go to Sellen, Sellen will tell you about how to unlock the stars for Lady Ranni's quest. After talking to Sellen, you then go to Blaidd at the Siofra Riverbank. He will tell you about the Radahn Festival, and that's where this portal to the Impassable Great Bridge will enable. Whew, if you want such a mouthful, right? If you want more details on how to unlock this portal to the Redmane Castle, go to Blaidd's part of the video to get more details in how to advance his quest up until this point. Once you have unlocked the portal to the Redmane Castle, go through the portal. Once you have reached the site of grace at the Redmane Castle, you shall see a big open area with 4 spectral NPCs, Blaidd himself and Alexander in that big open area. Once you approach to the other side, however, you shall hear someone shouting from above. This will be Witch Hunter Jaren.
Champions! Welcome! The stars have aligned! The festival is nigh! General Radahn, mightiest demigod of the Shattering, awaits you!
The next step on his questline is actually to converse with him and start a conversation.
Are you good and prepared, young chum? The festival begins.
Once you do, you will get a dialogue option, and you shall choose Ready as I'll Ever Be. Once you choose this, you will get a cutscene of Radahn and Jaren explaining the story behind Radahn's past. Once the cutscene ends, he will talk to you and he will talk to the participants of the Radahn festival. Once he does this, the path to Radahn will be open for you to face. After you have defeated Radahn, you can find Jaren at the church beyond the area that you first found him in. But this is very important. Do not talk to him, not even once at all. If you talk to him here, he will disappear from Redmane Castle. This is unfortunate because if he is still here, you will not be able to face the original Redmane Castle with all the enemies inside it and 2 of the bosses that reside in it. But by not talking to him here, this will make him stay here until the end of Elden Ring's story. Witch Hunter Jaren would have survived if you have followed these steps. In order to get more dialogue out of Tanith, first you must complete Raya's quest until the point where she appears at Alta's Plateau. Once you have taken the necessary steps for Raya's quest, speak to her at the Alta's Plateau and choose the dialogue option to take Raya's hand. Once you take Raya's hand, you will be teleported to the Volcano Manor, in which you will be greeted by Tanith herself, right in front of you.
Brave Tarnished. Welcome to the Volcano Manor. I am Tanith, the proprietress of this house. Raya spoke well of you, a warrior of promise, I believe she said.
Talk to her and choose the option to join the Volcano Manor, in which case she will reward you with a drawing room key for you to unlock the doors next to her. Once you have gotten the letter from the Volcano Manor, before you actually invade the world that the request tells you to, you can go back to Tanith to get more dialogue from her.
Did you read the letter left for you? That is the task the Volcano Manor desires you enact. You will be compensated once the deed is done. Good luck.
It is marked on your map, but for reference, the target that Tanith wants you to eliminate will be at Limgrave, right here. Once you have completed the request from the Volcano Manor, the first one, go back to Tanith to receive your reward. Once you have gone back to the room where all the other NPCs are, Raya, Diallos, and Bernahl, there will be another letter from the Volcano Manor. It is the second request from the Volcano Manor telling you to eliminate Relay the Idol. Once you have eliminated Relay the Idol, go to Tanith once again to receive your usual reward. At this point, she will reveal to you that she is a servant of Praetor Rykard.
Now, perhaps the time has come to tell you of the true ruler of this manor, Lord Rykard. The Erd Tree blessed the Tarnished with grace, but it was all too meager.
in the face of the enormity of their task.
After you have advanced Raya's quest to the point that you have learned her real name, and when you have learned that Raya is actually a serpent, go back to Tanis to receive more dialogue options from her. Once you converse with her, choose the dialogue option, Zoraya's Troubles. At this point, you should stop advancing both Zoraya's quest and Tanis. The criteria for Tanis to disappear into another area and the criteria for all other members of the Volcano Manor to disappear is all dependent on whether Praetor Rykard is alive or dead. As long as you do not kill Praetor Rykard, everything in the Volcano Manor will be as is, filled with NPCs and happily ever after endings. If at some point you want to defeat Praetor Rykard, note that everything in the Volcano Manor will go downhill, and its NPCs will start to disappear, and they will start to become either hostile, or become troubled, or become dead at some point. The Dung Eater. The first time you visit Altus Plateau, you need to go to the Round Table Hold and go in this direction I am heading towards. A new room will be opened, and the Dung Eater will be in the middle of the room. Converse with him and exhaust his dialogue over here.
Have you ever felt the curse? With your whole being, the pox upon life itself, feared and despised by all. The reviled blessing. Apparently not. You are but a lamb.
To advance on the Dung Eater's questline, you first need a seedbed curse. Around the lands between, you shall encounter this sorry sight of sorts. A dead NPC tied to a chair, bleeding from his guts, with an extractable item on them, called the Seedbed Curse. There are 5 of these Seedbed Curses in total that you need to complete Dung Eater's quest. But, as usual, to keep the Dung Eater alive, you do not need 5 Seedbed Curses, you only need 1 to keep him alive throughout the entirety of the game. Once you have at least 1 Seedbed Curse, go back to the Round Table Hold. Converse with the Dung Eater and he will have new dialogue for you.
No. Wait. You have felt the curse. I can smell it on you. The pox, yet tender. Apparently my seedbed is ripe and waiting.
Later on to the conversation, he will tell you to seek his corporeal flesh and release him from his jail. He will give you the sewer jail key to unlock his cell at the Leyendell capital. After you have reached the capital of Leyendell, the Dung Eater can be found somewhere along the underground roadside. Once you approach his jail gate, he will start talking to himself.
Let me out. Let me out of here. Must eat more. Defile more. Everything that matters to you. For generations to come. I am the Dung Eater. A scourge upon the living.
This is very important. Before opening this jail, be absolutely sure that Blackguard Big Boggart is still in Liurnia of the Lakes, and you have not bought any prawn from him. If you open this gate while Blackguard Boggart is in Altus Plateau, you would have effectively killed him. But once you are sure that Blackguard Big Boggart is still in Liurnia, you can open this gate and continue with his quest. So you open the gate, converse with him, and choose the option leave your jail. After you have released him from the jail, before going to the place that he will invade, you can actually find his NPCs to summon in 2 places. The first place is in the Forsaken Depths, right before facing a copy of Mogwyn. Follow the path where I showed you in this video and you shall see the NPC summon sign right before the boss area. This is where you can summon the Dung Eater to help you on the boss. The other instance in where you can ask for his help is before fighting Morgott, close to the Queen's Bedchamber Site of Grace. Before going to the Golden Fog Wall to face Morgott, his NPC summon sign will be right before it, right alongside Melina's NPC summon sign. If you want to summon the Dung Eater in these 2 places, do it before going here. In this area, you will be invaded by the Dung Eater. Again, if you have bought Prawn from Blackguard Big Boggart up until this point, he will be here, and then effectively you would have killed Blackguard Big Boggart if you didn't follow the steps that I have mentioned. Once you get invaded by the Dung Eater at that location in the map where I showed you before, go back to the Round Table Hold and converse with the Dung Eater once again. He will tell you to seek his corporeal flesh where you first found him, in the sewers of the capital of Leyndell. The last place that you will find him in, close to the underground roadside site of Grace where you first found him and freed him from his jail. Although this time he will be tied to a chair just like his previous victims were. At this point, this is the part where you stop advancing his quest if you want the Dung Eater alive. If you want to complete his quest, either use the Seedbed Curse or administer Seluvis's potion. If you give him all of the Seedbed Curses, he will then give you the Dung Eater's Mending Rune, therefore unlocking one of the very, well, not worth it endings in Elden Ring in my opinion. Or you can administer Seluvis's potion, making him a puppet that you can buy from Seluvis later. Again, if you want to keep the Dung Eater alive, this is where you should stop on his quest. And do not give him the Seluvis's potion if you want him here happily ever after, I guess. I mean, to be honest, the Dung Eater kinda deserves this fate, don't you think so? He's just a mass murderer that curses people for generations upon generations, so yeah, I think he's right at home, right here, tied to a chair for eternity. Now, the last entry of this video will be Aurelia and Aureliette. This is not actually an NPC that you can converse with, but because this quest is so goddamn cute and heart alleviating from the horrors of murdering and cursing all the NPCs that you go through, then this is a very welcome change in my opinion. You shall meet Aureliette at the Stargazer's ruins at the mountaintops of Giants. She will be calling for her sister and wondering where she is.
Forever and ever it seems.
And you will notice that the treasure for this ruins is blocked by some fog wall. To complete the quest of Aureliette, follow to where I'm going.
Sister, where did you go?
At the end of this road, you shall see 2 gravestones. You can examine the grave and it will tell you a hint. Here lie Aurelia and Aureliette, who never saw the stars. If you have been paying attention to your item descriptions, the spirit jellyfish that you got from Roderika a long while back at the very beginning of the game, once you check for the details, you will learn that this spirit jellyfish's name is actually Aurelia. Once you are in the proximity of Aureliette, summon Aurelia right next to her and they will disappear off to the stars, living happily ever after.
Dear sister, you're finally here. No time to waste. Let's see the stars.
Of course, Aurelia will still be in your inventory as a spirit ash, but I just found this little side quest to be very heartwarming and very sweet to complete. After years of being separated, the sister spirit jellyfish are now together once more. Woo! Well, that's it. I bet this video is going to be an hour long or something like that, because apparently I cannot make 30 minutes videos even if my life depended on it. So, yeah. The reason why I made this video was because this installment in the From Software series is very dark and very damp and very harsh to its own NPCs. Like, come on, 95% of these NPCs die when you try to help them. You're trying to help them, but in the end, everything goes to shit. So, I wanted to make this video to, you know, clear up my conscience and actually think that I am actually saving these characters by mostly ignoring them throughout their quest, but by doing all of these steps, I can tell myself, yeah, I saved these people. They're actually here in the world and not dead in a corner at the Lands Between, or cursed, or any other monstrous fates that they had before on the vanilla game. Honestly, on my Elden Ring review, this was one of the negatives that I talked about. The NPCs are treated like rashly. They all die, or they all disappear, or they all get cursed. And really, there's no point into getting involved with these NPCs if most of them are just going to end up dead or end up cursed. So I made this video for that very reason. I wanted to change some of these characters' fates in order for them to survive. Of course, this system is not perfect at all, because you will be missing some content. You will be missing some incantations, you will be missing some spells, sorceries, armors, you know, new lands to explore, like in Ranni's quest, where you can explore the upper part of Liurnia and get yourself the Dark Moon Greatsword. Things like that are locked away from you if you follow this path of saving the NPCs in Elden Ring. But since I have played the game multiple times, then I already know, you know, their quests and where they're going to end up if I proceed on their quests. And really, I explored pretty much every nook and cranny of the game, so I don't need that extra content if it means that I am going to start killing off these NPCs. So, yeah, Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this very long video, and I hope that the next installment in the Dark Souls series will not be this grim and greedy towards its NPCs. Heck, at least in Dark Souls 3, you can do the majority of the NPCs' quests and make them all hang out at the Firelink Shrine. Or at least most of them hang out at the Firelink Shrine. Of course, you would have to ignore their quests after a point, but here in Elden Ring, even at the Round Table Hold, everybody keeps dying, everybody keeps leaving the Round Table Hold, and the Round Table Hold gets burned, Roderika gets distressed, Smithing Master Hewg gets increasingly more forgetful, you know, depressing stuff, right? So I don't like it. That's one of my points that I have said in my Elden Ring review. I do not like the direction in which From Software has developed their NPCs in this game. But yeah, anyways, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope that by doing this video, you actually have saved the NPCs that you murdered before. Anyways, thank you everybody so much for watching this video. I have a full playlist of Elden Ring in my channel. I even have 2 reviews actually. One review is, you know, the general score that I give the game, and the other review is the story update of my review. And this is probably going to be the last Elden Ring video that I will do in my channel until there is a DLC that comes out for it. But for now, thank you everybody so much for watching this video, and I hope to see you on the next one.